Welcome, everybody. This is the Plymouth Selectboard, Tuesday, June 16th, 2026 meeting. It is 6 p.m., so we will open our session. Per MGL, Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, any person may make a video or audio recording of an open session of a meeting of the Select Board after notifying the chair, subject to reasonable requirements of the chair so as not to interfere with the conduct of the meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, the chair shall inform other attendees of any recordings. I'm aware of the local scene recording. Is there anyone else recording? Nope. Okay, great. Pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency signed into law on March 28, 2025, this meeting will be conducted via remote means and in person. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so in the following manner. Tune into the local scene government cable access channels, Comcast Channel 9 or Verizon Channel 47, and watch the meeting as it is aired live, or you can watch it recorded later, or watch the meeting live on the local scene website or YouTube channel. Members of the public who wish to participate in the meeting may do so in the following manner. You can join us here in person at the Great Hall, Plymouth Town Hall, 2nd floor, 26 Court Street, Plymouth, Mass. You can join remotely by clicking the Zoom link that is included in our agenda. Please join the board in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have a busy night. First up on the agenda is we do have a public hearing. I'll open that public hearing now. It is for the approval and execution of an aquaculture license renewal for Beth Doyle for an additional 10 years. Hello there, Mr. Habermaster. You'll be speaking on behalf of Beth?
Yep, and Beth is here.
Oh, good, okay.
I'll have her come up as well.
Okay.
But just to kind of get this started, this is a renewal of a initial 3-year aquaculture license for Beth Doyle, and this will be for a 10-year extension on that license. And Beth is here. I don't know if you have any questions for Beth.
Beth, is there anything that you'd like to say on behalf of your application?
Good evening. I just wanted to express my appreciation to the town and the select board for supporting aquaculture in Plymouth. It's a great addition to the community. And if you have any questions for me.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in favor of the application? Jade, is there anyone online? Nope. Is there anyone who'd like to speak in opposition to the application? Is there anyone online? Okay, I declare the hearing closed and I'll bring it back to the board.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion, second, discussion? No discussion? Any discussion? No? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
And myself, yes. The motion. Congratulations. Okay, moving on. We have a number of licenses to approve. What is the pleasure of the board?
Move them as listed. I don't know if we can do the request for closure with that.
Does that need to be called out separately?
I'm not sure. Does the request for closure have to be separate? Jay, do you know? No? Okay, no. I'll move them as listed then.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay. Questions, discussion? No? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Okay, myself, yes, so the licenses are approved. All right, we have a number of administrative notes here. We have 23, administrative note 8 has been removed. This was a vote to appoint an uncontested applicant for the Agriculture Commission, and she has withdrawn her application, so we will not be voting on 8. So we have 5 administrative notes, and the rest, 6 through 24 are all for reappointments for uncontested positions on various boards and committees. And I just want to make sure that everyone is clear on what that means. It just means that we had either a number of applicants that were equal to or fewer than the number of vacancies that were on the committee. So we just, rather than haul everyone in to who would be appointed anyways, we just do it all in administrative notes. So that's what we're doing with these applications. Okay, what is the pleasure of the board?
Move them as listed, minus 8.
-8. Okay, do I have a second?
Second?
Discussion?
Yes.
Yep, Mr. Canty.
It's fine to have it voted on as part of the bundle, but for administrative note 5, which is the board will vote to accept the donation and approve the installation of a peace pole by the Plymouth Noontime Rotary. So that is part of the upcoming Shishigahama delegation visit. There will be a ceremony on Sunday, August 2nd at 10:30, which the Shishigahama delegation will be there, as well as the Consul General for Japan, who's coming down from Boston to attend, and the students and their host families as well. So select board members will be invited to that, but I was asked to specifically call that out so that it could get on people's calendars sooner rather than later. Further invitations for other events related to the Shishigahama delegation will be forthcoming.
Thank you, Mr. Candy. And just for, just as a reminder, that peace pole will be put in front of Town Hall, is that correct?
It will be by the atrium on this side. So if you're walking down South Russell into the atrium, that's where it will be in the cement patio out there.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Any more discussion? No, okay, I will take the vote. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Quinto?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Administrative notes are approved. Okay, we will now move into the public comment section of our agenda. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in public comment? Mr. Pinto? Mr. Pinto, you'll see that we have a new timing
Won't be that long.
situation
Yes,
up
I
there.
appreciate it.
Okay.
though. I did. I watched the meeting, so I've seen it.
Okay.
No, I'm here tonight actually for positive news. Tom Pinto, Precinct 2. I'm here representing the Coalition of Organized Plymouth Employees. And as we, went through our battle of Article 10 that, I think for town meeting we won, we kept bringing up that, we live in this town, we work in the town, we're a part of this fabric. So some of our groups in Coke decided to get together and we're gonna make a donation to Mr. Virus Group. We have 4 checks for $1,500 from the EAPC, from Cobra, and from the Police Patrol Union and the Police Superior Officers. So again, we're a part of this community, part of this faculty. The 4th of July does a great job. I've gone it every year my entire life. So I just wanted to be, help the cause. I know you guys are working, and again, part of this community, love to be a part of it. So that's where we are. And I have to go watch my nephew try to win a championship in Little League.
Thank you. That's great. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in public comment? I think I see a gentleman over there waiting in line. And then there's a woman here who raised her hand to be next. Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh,
Thank you, George.
thank you. Thanks.
No.
Jade, can you reset the timer?
My name is George McKay. I'm the chair of Precinct 8. I'm also on the 250th Anniversary Committee. I'm here to speak for myself and not the committee. We started meetings about a month and a half ago. We're working as fast as we can. I wanted everybody to understand what we're doing. We haven't, are not at this point where we make an official status. Bill can speak to that later, maybe later on. But the first major event we're going to have is on Town Square, June 27th at 1 p.m. And we're going to have various people read the Declaration of Independence. This is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. You'll see 250 signs all around the state Some of them are related to the Declaration of Independence, and some of them are related to the Revolutionary War. And there'll be more to talk about later on, but I just wanted to give everybody some apparel that they can wear to this event. I've been wearing this hat around town, and mostly I'm getting compliments from adults. I did get one comment from one of the children, and he said, "Is that how old you are?" So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Is there anyone else, Mr. Shobe?
Madam Chair and members of the Select Board, my name is Michael Hertz, 18 Penny Lane, Precinct 14, Town Manager, Town Meeting Member. The residents and petitioners of Shallow Pond Estates, in support of the Select Board presenting a warrant article to accept the Andrews Way, Barbara's Way, Donna Drive, Kathleen Drive, Penny Lane, and Shallow Pond Lane as public ways, including sidewalks, water, and drainage infrastructure, hereby submit the following statement of understanding. Number one, no expectation of immediate reconstruction. The petitioning residents do not expect, nor do they require, that the town immediately upgrade, reconstruct, or otherwise improve any or all of the above-named ways as a condition or consequence of the acceptance as public ways. We understand that acceptance establishes public ownership and maintenance responsibility and does not commit the town to any specific capital road improvement project or timeline. We further acknowledge the following pathways through which some of the above-named streets may be improved independent of town capital expenditure. A, Kathleen Drive is subject to a reconstruction obligation imposed by the ZBA as a condition of the comprehensive permit issued to Alden's Reach LLC. When Phase 4 construction begins, the developer must reconstruct Kathleen Drive and complete an additional 300 feet of roadway repair. Or B, Kathleen Drive, Donna Drive, and Andrews Way are included in the town's application for a Housing Works infrastructure grant. If awarded, those three streets would be eligible for reconstruction funding through that program. Number two, pavement management scheduling. For any streets not upgraded around the time of acceptance and not improved through the ZBA mandated reconstruction or an HWIP grant, we request placement on the town's pavement management program for future maintenance, repair, and improvement, consistent with the town's standard practice for all public ways. And number three, request for Select Board action, June 23rd, 2026. The petitioning residents respectfully request that the Select Board Chair place on the agenda for the Select Board meeting of June 23rd, 2026, a motion to submit a warrant article for the acceptance of these 6 streets at the fall town meeting, and that the board vote on that motion at that meeting. Timely action by the Select Board is essential to ensure this petition can advance through the fall warrant process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hertz. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? See that gentleman way up back there. Hi, Steve.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Mr. Brandisi. I haven't been here in a while, but congratulations on the re-election, Mr. Quinto and Mr. Canty. And congratulations, Madam Chair. In a short time, you gain the respect and trust of the other board members to elect you to help lead this town. Most importantly, I applaud this entire board for this recent organization, and for me, it was a really good feeling that night. The board members put the egos and differences aside and chose Ms. Iaquinto to try to lead this effort. Madam Chair, I know the public comment and responses by the board are not allowed, but I hope at a later time tonight, you and Mr. Cohen can give an update on the rewriting of the code of conduct. to deter activity and things like at the annual town meeting. Just like the board felt that change was needed at the Airport Commission. Accountability. I may be naive, but what other town enterprise fund does not feel that they are accountable to the select board, the residents, and the entire town? What other town enterprise fund has such detrimental effects on the town by their actions and the way they conduct themselves, and the negative effects they have at the airport and the town's quality of life? What other enterprise fund organization treats the residents with disdain, disgust, and dismissiveness? Let me leave you with this. Everybody's heard all the stories over the years. I feel that, like many others, the Airport Commission has been misleading the residents that extending the runway to 5,001 feet is all about increasing safety. Many residents have been warning the town the extension is all about increasing the jet activity. At the 2025 Airport CAC meeting, the airport CAC chair asked Boyce and King, the engineering firm, what if the town allowed you 4,999 feet instead of 5,001? The answer was no, that would not work. We need the 5,000 feet, minimum 5,000 feet for the insurance companies for the jets. At one of the 2025 Finance and Advisory Committee meetings, the former airport manager also stated the same claim. The town deserves a change. The Airport Commission needs a change. This change is in your hands. Do what is the best interest of the residents in the town. Please consider people that would better represent residents like Mr. Costello and Mr. Bodie, and not special interest groups at the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harrelson.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Catherine Harrelson, Precinct 10, speaking as a private resident. Last week, the board took a vote on a matter that had been in the public's eye for several weeks. They declined to exercise the right of first refusal on two Chapter 61A parcels, which they had the right to offer a bid on and purchase. Instead, they let the deal go to a developer in order to develop the parcels under a memorandum of understanding. During this process, two select board members willingly engaged in a conflict of interest in which they had a personal and business relationship with the developer. This resulted in the select board placing its trust in a developer who later was revealed to be indicted on felony fraud, and it resulted in a complete disregard for the public process and a bad deal for the town. I just want to mention that I did not take very lightly the fact that the developer was indicted on felony fraud. It's not a petty crime. And moreover, it involved fraudulent activity with Massachusetts taxpayer dollars in regard to a public utility that in the past, I've relied on to get to work or to get to school or get to business. This is not a light matter. And as a result of this, which was kept hidden from the other select board members, the town is now placing its trust in a developer who's been indicted on such charges. In addition, the public will was disregarded in the following ways as a result of this relationship. The recommendation of the Land Use and Acquisition Committee was disregarded. Our current open space plan for this area was disregarded. The comprehensive plan's recommendation for conservation and the climate action policy were disregarded. Public comments on the matter were disregarded. The comments at an open public forum were disregarded. In fact, the only public meeting that was held on this was held by the nonprofit organization Community Land and Water Coalition. Indigenous communities were not consulted. The overwhelming public sentiment on for these parcels was for conservation, and yet the public sentiment was disregarded. Because the public sentiment was disregarded, this process resulted in a bad deal for the town. Under the current agreement, unless the select board intervenes, there's no commitments for certifiable affordable housing. There's no commitments to a certain percentage of affordable housing that would help the town with its 40B requirements. There are no commitments for a conservation restriction for contiguous land. As it stands, the cranberry bogs count as open space, and only 25 acres have to be conserved after that. This can then be chopped up into 5-acre or smaller parcels throughout the property as the developer sees fit. And under the current agreement, the term necessary and incidental can be defined by the developer for earth removal. Can I have one more minute, please?
Yes.
As we approach the 250th anniversary of our country, let us return our faith to the public process. Let us reject cronyism and conflicts of interest and corruption as relics of our past. Let us hold true to our country's future and our vision for America. Let us listen to the public voices as equal, nay, above those of private interests and of our government officials themselves. The public collectively has more wisdom, education, experience, and skills than developers and the government combined. Let us listen to the public. Let us take the public's voice under consideration in all processes, and let us put our trust in the public's opinion once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrelson. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? I saw a hand over here. Nope, Steve. Thought I saw someone.
Steve Leiden, Precinct 17. I do not like the inference that Mr. Canty and Mr. Golden have a conflict of interest. I have known Mr. Canty, I've been on committees with him. I agree with him very few times. I agree with Mr. Golden, not all the time, but I have never questioned their integrity, and never would I. They have never given me any reason to. Plymouth needs to be developed. This lot, these two lots, if put into conservation, the town gets absolutely nothing. If it goes to a developer, then they will get tax revenue that they need. As far as Mr. Sheridan goes, I don't know what he did in the past. I heard, I read. But you know, we all made mistakes when you're younger. I mean, how long are you going to keep this over his head? I don't think that's fair. I think it's not a good look for people that bring these comments up, especially the Plymouth Independent. I dealt with Mr. Sheridan when he was doing his project down on Wareham Road, and I have to tell you, he's had more meetings with the residents than any other developer I've ever seen. He's cooperating with them. He's spending his own money and putting traffic mitigation, speed bumps, whatever he had to do to help the residents. So, you know, I think Mr. Sheridan deserves some kind of credit. All this negativity on him is not fair, and the things saying about Mr. Canty and Mr. Golden have conflict of interest. Just because they're friends with this man doesn't mean that they can't do their jobs. I have every confidence that there was no conflict. And to bring this up, I think it's just sour grapes on certain people who wanted the property and didn't get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leiden. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Jade, is there anyone online? Oh, thank you. Mr. Sullivan? Sorry, I didn't see your hand up.
So, I just want to
Oh,
pick up on.
just a moment. I just need to make an announcement that Mr. Mand had just let us know, he just came into the room and he is recording this session.
So my name is Dan Sullivan. I'm from Precinct 7, and I must admit I was naive about this land development deal until I saw a snippet on the Plymouth Independent, and I appreciate, respect the comments here. But when we talk about conflict of interest, it does not have to be just actual conflict of interest. It's also the appearance of conflict of interest. And sometimes the best deal we make is no deal at all, because a bad deal is a raw deal. And if you look at the particulars of this proposal, it's a raw deal for the town residents and for the taxpayers. And for somebody to dismiss a felony indictment as whatever, I mean, it's really an insult. And so I think we should really step back and consider what decisions we're making and who's making those decisions. I know that Mr. Canty, first of all, I congratulate you on your reelection, but you spoke about you wanted to be a leader for all the residents. Well, guess what? That's a two-way street. We need a government that represents all of us, not just narrow interests or particular interests. And what I've seen and through all my various efforts to get to volunteer for boards is that we do not have a town government that represents all of us, even though we have members of town government who claim to represent all of us. So I think we need to look in the mirror and find out where our priorities are. Okay, so with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. All right. Anyone else? And Jade, you said there's no one online? Okay. Public comment is closed. Let's move on to our agenda proper. First up, we'll hear an update from Mr. Tavares on the July 4th activities.
So eager to get up here. Sorry about that, Anne Marie. Good evening, Select Board. Thank you for having us in once again. My name is Matt Tavares. I'm with the July 4th Committee, and with me this evening is Anne Marie Winchester, also a member of our committee, who you've heard from us before. I just wanted to let you all know that we are 17 days out from the 4th of July. As far as fundraising goes, currently we are at just about $7,200 and something short of our 2026 goal of $175,000. And we hope to see that come to fruition in the last 17 days. So if you're out there listening to us this evening, please go to july4.com. And there's a number of different ways you can donate. That if you just click on that little donations tab, we tried to make it as easy as possible this year. So I think we're going to get there. I have faith in this community that they'll rally to the challenge. And I really wanted to thank the donors that we have received, or who we've received donations from this year. We have seen a doubling of our individual donations, which has always been a struggle. We've had 139 residents within the town of Plymouth step up and donate. Boy, I'd really like to get to 200, or at least 250 for the 250th anniversary. That would be a great goal. But I'd really like to point out our local businesses that have really rallied and supported this committee and its drive to present a great product on the 4th of July. A number of those businesses reside along the waterfront. They have all stepped up and contributed an enormous amount to our organization. And they had probably one of, as you all know, because you're dealing with the budget fallout from that, a very tough winter, particularly with the snow and people getting out and going down and quite frankly just wanting to even go out in the cold. But they know how important that this event is for the local community and for the residents. So I would be remiss if I didn't thank those local organizations. One is Squinny's, who ran a whole charity event for us every Monday in the month of May. I can't remember what month it is. I do know 4th of July is in 17 days, I promise. But I'd like to thank them. I'd like to thank East Bay, Honest Harborside, Cabby Shack, Dillon's, 71 Degrees / 42 Degrees restaurants, Pillory Pub, the Lobster Hut, and the Terrace restaurant. They have really done a bang-up job year after year. They do this each year. No matter whether they've had a hard winter or a great winter, they know how important this event is for this community. So I think that, they do a lot for us, and we should always think to what can we do to help the businesses that are in our community. And I would say one of those would be stop in on the 4th of July and have some fries or something and help them because they've helped us. I'd also like to thank the VSB, the town manager's office, and town meeting itself for the generous donations that they have allocated to us. And also just this evening, thank Tom Pinto and all those several employee unions that came together and donated to us. That was a surprise to me tonight, but those are the welcome surprises I like to see. I'll take those any day of the week when we're trying to plan this day. We have a great day planned all along the waterfront on the 4th of July. At 7 a.m., the Old Colony Club will be reading the Mayflower Compact and the Declaration of Independence atop Coles Hill. They will then fire their cannon, which I want you all to be aware of, 3 times for the past, the present, and the future. And at 7:30, our annual 5K steps off. And that 5K has also contributed a significant donation, the fundraising from that's come to us. I'll let Anne Marie speak to more of the specifics on the 5K because she's the real runner in the group here. But they are expecting big numbers, and especially bigger if it becomes a nice day as well for those runners. After the 5K, which steps off from the reviewing stand, which is down on Water Street, right next to the DCR park there, right next to the Bradford statue. That's the parade route. So at 9 a.m., the parade will step off from North Plymouth. And I just wanted to let the public be aware. We've had to work with public safety officials. It's a little bit different this year. We are not stepping off from Cordage Park. We're going back to our old location at the Mayflower Business Park, which is at 480, I can't see that far, Court Street. To date myself, it's 428 Court Street. I don't want to send you to even further down the road. To date myself, it's the old Stop and Shop on the Town Line property. And I just wanted to go over how we're going to be entering, because even that has changed a little bit. Our biggest thing that we want to get out there to our people that are participating in the parade. We have 86 different groups, organizations, people participating in the parade this year. It should be pretty large, and it'll probably be long. So pack a lawn chair, pack a lunch, pack a water bottle, especially if it's hot. But what we want our participants to do is to go, when they come into town, is we want them to go down Standish Avenue to Spooner Street, and then they're going to be making a left into the Mayflower Business Park. But only people that are in the parade lineup, that are in the parade, vehicles in the parade, people marching in the parade, are going to be allowed into this area. There is some parking back here, but what we would like to see is that if you're just dropping off people, particularly when we talked about like our youth baseball teams and that type of stuff, or people that are just marching and you're trying to get out of there, you're going to actually go a little bit beyond, and we'll have volunteers here. You're going to go a little bit beyond. This is a large grass area to the left of this red arrow. If you're just dropping off, you're the red arrow on out of here. In this general area that's highlighted by yellow is where you can unload people from cars and quickly keep moving on. And then you have to exit left per our public safety officials, and we agree with this, to go north on Court Street. If you go this way, you're going to get stopped and be forced to turn around anyway, because this is the parade route going south into town down Court Street. As you can see, we have Division 1 up front in the beginning of the parking lot. Division 2s are right about here, and Division 3 is here. Our parade registration actually closes this Thursday, and once that's closed, that's it. Don't be trying to come in last minute unless you're registered. That's the only people that are allowed in the parade because they do sign code of conduct documentation. The last thing that I do want to tell you about this area is that Seaview used to be an open street when we used to do our lineup out here. Seaview is going to be closed to traffic. So this is not even an option if someone's trying to cut around, because there will be a little bit of a line. We hope it won't back up. We've been doing this a number of years. We should get you into the divisions as possible. But the biggest thing is if you're just dropping off, continue on. Open the door, kick them out, and just keep rolling. Jade, if you could go to the other map that I have there. Thank you for your assistance. I should have sent the runner back and forth to do that. So what we're showing here, this is Cordage Park. This year, Cordage Park is going to be that's where our fire trucks will line up. We're kind of flip-flopping. And that is just due to, hopefully we'll be back at Cottage Park like we were lining up before. But that is just due to some construction going on within that development. There is some parade parking down near what you would know as 3V Sandbar. We can park some people here. And I would suggest that if you're also doing parade drop, if you're deciding to do parade drop off, you would also be able to come in the main entrance and go around this island here and drop people off. And it's just a short walk right to the Mayflower Business Park, which is just off this picture right here. That's another, if they're older, you know, more not little kids, I would suggest that you drop off there and it'll get you in and out of the parade route a lot faster. If you have younger kids, we completely understand. You want to keep them in eyesight. Dropping off at Mayflower Business Park is acceptable. Just note that you have to go north once you get out of there. And I believe that that is going to be also be the case here. You're going to have to go north. We've worked with public safety officials and this is what they have suggested. So we're going to go with that. At 9 a.m., those fire trucks are all going to roll. And I know we all hear them coming and there's a lot of them. They're fantastic. They'll all be shined up. And then the parade will come in right behind those fire trucks. And we walk a little slower than the fire trucks go, but we will be making our way down Court Street to Main Street, turning left onto, or staying onto Main Street Extension, turning left onto Water Street. And the parade will have their opportunity to go by the reviewing stand. Any of the bands that are within the parade are performing at the reviewing stand, so it's a good spot instead of just seeing music go past you. They will stop and perform a song or right there, and some of our dance groups also perform a performance there as they come through the parade. So I highly suggest that you make it down there. But that being said, we've added a couple additions to our reviewing stand program. We are going to begin with Nancy and Ginny Davis performing God Bless America. And upon arrival of the front of the parade, Sophia Ray, who's a young girl that has performed our national anthem numerous times. She performs for sporting events all over, from the Boston Garden to Fenway Park to Boston College. She will be performing the national anthem once the parade arrives at the reviewing stand. All day, we have food truck vendors in the DCR park near that performance shell. And then at 7:30 p.m., the Plymouth Philharmonic will be performing their annual concert at the park. Fireworks should be beginning at approximately 9 to 9:15 p.m., somewhere within that range. It kind of goes with the Pyrotechnico, which is the company that lights these fireworks for us. They kind of base it upon, if it's dark enough so we get more bang for our buck and we can see things. And I don't want to hear the fog jokes quite yet from a few years ago. But I will let you know that if we have inclement weather, the parade, if it's canceled, we do not rain date that parade. But we will rain date the fireworks themselves. At the moment, we have spoken to several of the local officials, and they're just buttoning up, assuring us, but we believe it will be on Saturday, July 25th, will be the rain date for the fireworks, a little further out from 4th of July, but we're working with a lot of moving parts here between public safety, the fireworks company, and availability of our waterfront staff that works for the town and being able to ensure a safe event for everybody. DCR is also on board for that day as well. I think that with that, Anne Marie, do you have anything you want to add in? Otherwise, after we're done, we always welcome questions, but did I miss anything? Anne Marie's got everything down pat, so I defer to her.
So, for those who don't know who I am, my name's Anne Marie Winchester, and I am a member of the Plymouth 4th of July Parade and Fireworks Committee. So the good news is when I walked in here, Matt handed me an envelope with some checks in it. And while he was giving you that number of $72.85 that we still have to raise between now and the 4th, the checks that he gave me tonight bring us down to $5,800. So we are now at $5,800 that we have to raise. So thank you to the gentleman that gave you that envelope tonight. I know you were talking about dating yourself with the Stop and Shop comment. I was reading the Farmer's Almanac this morning to get the 4th of July weather, so if that gives you any indication of. We do have there are a couple of other things that I wanted to mention. The staging and equipment setup for the Philharmonic and for the parade reviewing stand, the chairs, all of that stuff, will be brought in on Friday, July 3rd. So there will be a lot of activity going on down at the waterfront the day before the 4th, getting all of that equipment ready. All of our food trucks will be coming in along with the Philharmonic trucks. They've got to be on the waterfront by 6:30 in the morning so that we can get them staged and ready. We do have our food trucks this year are Alden Park, Mom on the Go, who those two have always been with us. We've added a new company this year called Street Pops. They sell popsicles, so we do have that. And then we'll have our roaming vendors doing novelties and popcorn and cotton candy. So we have that. Then we have, let's see, what else are we talking about here? We have the road race. Okay, so the road race starts at 7:30. There's a 60-minute cutoff for the road race. All of the runners have to be off the course within 60 minutes to give us enough time to break down the finish line and get everything off the road in time for the parade to come through. Right now, we are just over 750 people registered, which is about 30% more than we had at this time last year. So numbers continue to climb. I know that has a lot to do with the fact that it is on a weekend. So that obviously is why we were able to increase the donation this year from the race. Let's see, Matt was talking about the fundraising, just so that people know that we do actually have online donations, but you can also mail in a check and you can also do Venmo. Those are our 3 payment options. I did want to make sure that we mentioned the company TechEtch, who has been one of our major sponsors. It's actually our largest sponsor that we have for a company, and they've been with us for the last 4 years. They did a recommit this year, and we are very thankful for that donation because it really brought that number way, way down for us. So thank you to TechEtch for doing that. And just to wrap things up, for the kickoff for the 4th of July week, the Plymouth 250th Commemoration Committee will be hosting their event on June 27th in Town Square from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. That will include the reading of the Declaration of Independence, the Mayflower Compact, and the Plymouth Instruction of 1776, among other events at that time. There'll be several town officials and local organizations on site participating in that activity. So if you are around on the 27th, please join the committee for that event. They're planning a lot of stuff throughout the year, and this is a big kickoff event for that committee. So with that, thank you.
Any questions?
I actually had one last thing, and
Okay.
I skipped it on my notes because if you could see my notes, it's chicken scratch, and I can't read them half the time. As usual, we invite the select board and the town manager to march behind the town of Plymouth banner. We just ask that you be out there by 8 a.m. just like everybody else. Wear some comfortable shoes, sensible shoes, as my mother would say. And we look forward to having you lead our parade down through town. It's a great day. It's great to see the kids smiling, and I mean, it just, especially if we get a day like today, oh my gosh. So you're all more than welcome and more than invited.
And of course, I did tell Matt today that as soon as I stopped talking, I think of one thing that I forgot to say. For the waterfront, the road closure. Road closure starts at 6 a.m. So from Union Street to Brewster Street along Water Street will be closed by the Plymouth Police Department starting at 6 a.m. The road will stay closed through the conclusion of the parade, and then it will open back up until about 6 p.m. when they will shut the road down again, same area of Union to Brewster, and that will stay closed until the conclusion of the fireworks. So just as far as road closures and when you can get through the waterfront, it's going to be very limited on that day.
Yeah, and we do have that listed also, if anyone has any questions about it. We do have that listed on our website, road closures. Okay, sorry,
you.
we'll talk forever.
No, that's okay. No, it's very exciting, and you guys are very passionate about it, so it's great. And we have our hats to wear in the parade, too. so
I know, I'm kind
we
of
will be
George, I mean,
ready
come
to
on.
go.
Where's mine?
Does the board have questions? David?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Matt and Anne Marie, for coming to us with this update tonight. And congratulations for getting as far along as you have in fundraising. I know that's always a stressful point for you folks.
It still is. We're
and
still 5,000 short. so.
We're almost there. So
Yeah.
I think I heard you say we had 139 individual donors. Is that correct? So you need 111 to get up to 250.
Sure do. Start
If-
calling your neighbors.
Would you accept micro donations? $5, $10?
Always.
Excellent. So,
I've accepted $2 before. I'll take 2 cents.
So my challenge to the community, and if those of you sitting in this room and watching at home have not yet donated, please donate to these folks. It's July4Plymouth.com.
The number 4.
July, the number 4, Plymouth.com to go and give your donation. If those 111 people gave $53, you would meet the $58,
Or the 50.
you'd meet the gap of
Yeah.
$58.
Yes.
So if you are able to do so out there, I would encourage you to at least donate that much. I will spread the word and
Yeah.
Hat right here, pass that.
George, pass your
I
hat,
need a hat, George.
George, use your hat.
it's what they did in 1776, folks. I'll help spread the word, and if there's anything else that I can do, please let me know. And thank you for all the work that you folks do.
Yep, and just so everyone knows, we are still very grateful to the motion that was put forward at town meeting. But to put a little bit of a rein on the parade, no pun intended, that's a one-time thing. So as people are thinking about tax donations before tax season's up, we're a nonprofit. You can get that write-up if you'd like as well. So we'll take that for next year for sure.
Awesome. Well, I think you're going to do well with the hats, too. They come in very
There we
handy
go.
tonight.
Are we allowed to do this? When, I don't know.
Let's not ask the question.
Yeah, I shouldn't even have said that. Yeah. Jeez.
Okay, folks.
Frank, stop recording.
We're gonna move on in the agenda if that's okay.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much, and see you on the 4th of July. Happy 4th of July.
Thank you guys. And thank everybody for donating. That's awesome to see this. Okay, let's move on. We are now moving on to board and committee appointments. So we're going to we generally go from A to Z, starting with the airport and ending with the zoning board. But we do have a couple of groups that have asked us to slot them in differently because of different time commitments. So instead, we're going to start with Plymouth for All, and we're going to end with conservation. Everyone else is still in alphabetical order after that. So one thing that I noted when I was going through all of these applications, once again, I'm always so impressed with how much experience we have in this town. People willing to donate their time and their experience to support the many committees that we have. And we do a lot of our work through committees, and so it's very important. And we're very grateful for everyone here who's willing to step up to the plate and give of their time and energy and resources and talents to help the town move forward. There were also a lot of newcomers this year, names that are not familiar, that just sort of applying for the first time. So to me, that's a very exciting opportunity to get some new perspective and new thinking on some of our committees that will balance out the institutional knowledge that we have from so many longtime folks who have served on our committee so well. So with that said, we're going to start with the Plymouth for All Committee. And I was just noticing as I sat here, we have, there are two different groups within the Plymouth for All Committee. There are the regular 4 3-year terms, and then there are 2 1-year terms for students. So the 4 3-year terms, there are 3 applicants for those positions. So we have enough to appoint them. I'm just going to ask the board, do we want to hear from each of these applicants, or do we want to just appoint them as a group to the 3-year terms. It's the pleasure of the board. So we have
Madam Chair?
I
do have a question now. There are 3 students that are applying, 1 from Plymouth North and 2 from Plymouth South. Are either of the Plymouth South students interested in a full term?
I think that's a special appointment. It's just for 1 year, and they're usually seniors, so like a student. It's a-
Right, but if we have 4 3-year terms that are open. We have 3 non-student applicants.
Right.
So we would have a 4th one, but we only have 1 each for Plymouth North and Plymouth South. So my thought would be if the student wanted, if one of the Plymouth South students wanted to have a full term, we could appoint all of these folks as a group.
Let me ask, is Mr. Matten here? Mr. Matlin? Could you come up to the,
Sorry, yeah, North, sorry.
so the question is, there are 4 open seats on the Plymouth for All Committee, and you have 3 applicants for the 3-year terms. So we could just approve all 3 of them. They're likely to all get approved anyways. But that leaves you with 1 additional seat that's open for a 3-year term. And Mr. Golden's question is, would one of the 2 Plymouth North High School students be eligible for one of the 3-year terms? Or is that, are the student participants treated, have a different relationship with the committee?
Right. Well, one of the issues that we should keep in mind is that the students graduate and leave. So that's why we generally set it as a 1-year term for high school students, so that we don't, appoint them for a period when they're not going to be available.
Okay. Mr. Canty?
I understand that thinking, but one of the Plymouth North students, if they were appointed to the 3-year term, if they're going away to college or otherwise going to be unavailable after they graduate, they could just resign and then we could fill the seat next year with rather than leaving it vacant and not having the
So
position.
long as we recognize
Yeah.
that they're not going to complete a 3-year term.
They might,
In which case, then
right.
we should probably appoint them for the term that they will be available before they graduate.
Okay, well, why don't we, when we get to the students, we can ask them if they would be
Absolutely.
interested.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think we have 1 from Plymouth South and 2 from Plymouth North.
That's right.
Yeah,
So-
that's
yeah.
correct.
And we can only choose 1 from Plymouth North and 1 from Plymouth South, so that would, maybe one of the 2 Plymouth North students would like to do the longer term, so we can ask them
Precisely.
when we speak to them in a little bit.
Yeah, that would be acceptable to the committee.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good suggestion. Okay, so do we want to just approve Kiana, Sandra, and John for their 3-year terms?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
Second, discussion? No, okay, I'll take the vote. Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes. So Kiana, Sandra, and John, congratulations, you have been reappointed. Please see Kelly to be sworn in before you leave. Okay, great.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would make a motion that we approve the Plymouth South, or we appoint the Plymouth South High School designee, whose last name is Mareku Duker.
Yep, okay. Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay, discussion? Okay, I'll call the vote. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Okay, Mame has been appointed. I know that she is not with us tonight, so we will, Jade, maybe we can get word to her that she needs to sign in. She's at a school event at Stonehill College this week and wasn't able to join us. But she came highly recommended, so I'm sure she'll be very successful. And now we have 2 other students, Nina Lynn Johnson and Alexandros Leo Lamoureux, both students from Plymouth North High School. And I know that Nina is joining us on Zoom, so why don't we go to Nina first? Nina's not on Zoom. She had to leave at like 6:30, 6:45. Oh, okay. Okay, so we missed Nina. So is Alexandra's here? Can you come up to the podium, please?
Could I ask how much time I get to say this?
Sorry?
Could I ask how much time I have to say this? I wrote a lot. Not a lot. Not a lot, but.
Would you want to tell us about a little bit about yourself and?
Yes. Good evening, everybody. My name is Alex Lamoureux, and I'm applying for the Plymouth North High School Student Liaison position on the Plymouth for All Committee. My freshman year, I was sitting in my Spanish class when an upperclassman who never talked to me before looked me dead in the eye and whispered something repeatedly. I was physically taken aback. The familiar and startling feeling of humiliation, indignity, anger, and fear overcame me. As always, I didn't know if I had heard correctly or if I was just being overdramatic. My eyes welled a bit, and I bit my tongue, and my body knowing what he had said before I allowed myself to acknowledge it. I had even asked the boy who went to sharpen his pencil near my desk what had been said. He was laughing. Tranny. In hindsight, the classmate near the pencil sharpener was not the only one who was the one who told the upperclassman that I was trans in the first place. I knew this because he was on my bus in middle school and was always laughing when some other student sat behind me for weeks and repeated conspiracy theories about what he referred to as transgenderism. What was different about this time versus the bus, though, was perhaps the most shocking to me at the time, and is in fact why I'm sharing this particular anecdote. On the contrary to what had happened on the bus, the majority of people in my Spanish class weren't laughing. In fact, I heard quite a few of the upperclassmen's friends say to him things like, he wasn't doing anything, or it's not cool. Of course, the he doesn't even look trans comments were sprinkled in there, and some part of me knew that if I hadn't passed well at that point, I wouldn't have heard nearly as many people standing up for me. Yet this is why I'm telling this story, because at the end of class, the upperclassman went up to me and apologized. Sure, he said, and I'm not kidding, one of his friends was trans, and he probably did it to save face in front of our peers. Nevertheless, he said he was sorry and wanted to shake my hand. I told him I forgave him, but did not want to shake his hand. I felt this would help me reclaim some of that dignity. None of the aftermath would have happened if not for our peers, yet some of the comments they made were off-putting and unconditional, and yes, some of the comments they made were off-putting and conditional, and they also came from a place of compassion. When it comes to compassion, you don't take that for granted. When I say all this in the context for what I'm about to say, which is that I believe firmly in the free speech, regardless of how hateful it is, for I believe in going after the source of the hate instead of the way in which it is expressed. All attacking hate speech does is contribute to the hate. I'm not saying that it should be without consequence, just that I know firsthand that the most effective form of consequences comes from peers, not from teachers. When it comes to the governing, it is not the job of authorities to police the horrible things people say to each other. It is the role of the government to implement policies and programs that promote compassion and address the root of the hate, so that way bystanders will speak up. This is a point I will bring up often if appointed, so I felt it necessary for you to take that into consideration. I'm 16 years old. I do not pretend to have extensive experience or impressive qualifications. So needless to say, I'm grateful for the chance to potentially serve as a student liaison where that is not necessarily required. You all have my resume and letter of recommendation. You don't need me to talk about my high honor roll status or clubs or anything of the sort. Instead, I'm going to talk about why I'm here. I'm here because I want to help people, especially those who are often left behind, whether it be Plymouth's immigrant community, LGBTQ folks, people of color, or economically disadvantaged residents. Everyone deserves compassion. Beyond this, they need the compassion to inspire action and advocacy. I'm here because I value my citizenship, my civic engagement, and I hold it integral to my own morality. When I attended the last two meetings of Plymouth for All, I was completely immersed, listening to everything that I could. While I initially was too nervous to speak, which trust me is a rare thing for me, I took it all in, the discussions of the town's bylaws and upcoming events with much interest. Afterwards, I walked to my mom's car with a big dopey smile on my face, knowing that people do care and are actually doing something about it. This is an opportunity to get involved and help people, to learn, to show empathy, and to feel a little bit more hope in a time like this. I sincerely hope I can do all this. Thank you for your time and consideration. It means a great deal.
Thank you, Mr. Lamoureux. Would you be interested in the 3-year term that we were just discussing?
I plan on going to college after I graduate, but so, like, in terms of like 2 years and then resigning, I would be interested
You
in
would be
doing that.
interested in that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's solve a lot of problems.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Just a minute, just a minute. The board might have questions for you. Don't run away too quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions? No? No? Mr. Cohen?
I've had a chance to serve with Alex, and your attendance and your enthusiasm for your service so far has been impressive. So I look forward to supporting you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. All right, do we have a motion to appoint Alexandros Lamoureux to the 3-year term?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Could that motion include appointing Nina Johnson to the student term?
Sure, I was going to do them as 2 separate motions, but if we don't need to, then we might as well do them both. Okay,
Yeah, I'll add her, we'll add her to
great.
the motion.
okay,
Second.
all right. Discussion? No? Okay, Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Congratulations. Alexandros, don't forget to get sworn in with the town clerk before you leave, okay? And then we'll get word to Nina that she needs to be sworn in as well. So that's great. All right, moving on. We are now at the Airport Commission, where we will be appointing 2 3-year terms expiring June 30th, 2029. First up here is Thomas Bodie. Is Mr. Bodie here? Welcome, Mr. Bodie.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and
Sure.
why you're interested in the commission?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Select Board and Mr. Brindisi. My name is Tom Bodie, and I've applied for the open positions to the Airport Commission and the Airport Community Advisory Committee. I am a resident of West Plymouth and have lived in the area for many years. Professionally, my background is in research, programming, data analysis, and project management. Throughout my career, I have worked with complex information, evaluated data objectively, and collaborated with diverse groups to solve problems and achieve practical results. Over the past several months, I've become more engaged in airport-related issues, particularly those affecting both airport users and the surrounding neighborhoods. I've spent considerable time researching FAA policies, reviewing data, collecting my own local noise measurements, and speaking directly with stakeholders on multiple sides of the issue. That experience has reinforced my belief that the airport is an important asset to Plymouth, while also highlighting the importance of maintaining open communication and trust with the surrounding community. What I believe I would bring to the commission is an independent, analytical, and balanced perspective. I am not a pilot, aircraft owner, tenant, or business operator at the airport, but I am someone who is willing to do the research, listen carefully, ask questions, and work collaboratively to help address challenges and identify practical solutions. I recognize there's much to learn about airport operations, regulations, and upcoming projects, including the runway rehabilitation project, and I would welcome that opportunity. If appointed, I would approach the position with an open mind, a strong work ethic, and a commitment to serving both the airport and the broader Plymouth community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Bodie?
Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. Bodie. If you were to be appointed to the Airport Commission, is there anything that they are currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
Well, like, I've been going to the meetings for the last 6 months approximately, so I'm not familiar with everything they may be doing that needs to be done differently or anything like that. My particular interest is with the surrounding community because I belong to a neighborhood group and there are a lot of issues that we have concerns over the airport, especially noise levels, but that's not my only concern. But I do have an interest in that, which is why I've done local measurements with a decibel meter, and I've approached local, some of the business owners at the airport to try to figure out if there's a way that we can try to work together to figure out how to reduce that noise levels by looking at patterns or maneuvers. So I think if I were a member appointed to the commission, that would be something I would be interested in maybe handling, like working with some of the business owners, trying to see what we can do, working with surrounding communities and see what we can do about the noise levels and try to reduce those.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, Mr. Bodie, thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
Okay. Alan Costello is next.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chairwoman, members of the Select Board. My name is Alan Costello. I live at 41 Huntington Road. I've been a town meeting member for 12 years and representing Precinct 10, which is in the general vicinity of the airport. I'm here before you this evening in hopes of gaining your support for one of the two positions on the Airport Commission. I feel my experience and my contributions could be great. I have a few boxes that I've checked off that I think would work well within the commission. The first one is that over the last several years during COVID and since, I do have a title of student pilot. I've been a student at the airport taking lessons to obtain my license to operate a plane. Second thing is I was one of the charter members, I guess would be the word, of the Plymouth Airport Citizens Advisory Committee that was formed in conjunction with your committee or your group back in December of 24, and we started our work, I believe, January of 25. And I'm still actively involved in that committee, and I think we've, took a little while to get our feet under us, but I think we're doing good work at this time to address some of the issues at the airport. Third thing, as far as an expertise of working within what I think the commission does, is in my work life, I was the owner of several telecommunication facility sites where I would enter into contracts, leases with major cell phone carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. So I have some experience with reading leases, reading contract plans, things that go on at the airport. So I think I could hit the ground running right away. But the fifth thing I believe is that I'm a neighbor. My address is fairly close to the airport, and in my tenure as a neighbor, I've got to know several other neighbors, and I've become interested in the airport in the last couple of years, as has many of the people in that area. And if I'm lucky enough to be appointed to that commission, what I would like to bring to that commission is some sort of advocacy for the neighbors, the residents, the people that live in the general area of the airport and throughout town, because it impacts everyone. And I think it's very important that we strike a balance on the commission so that the airport can run like it should, and the neighbors and residents can enjoy their property like they hope to. So my hope this evening, if I'm lucky enough to be appointed, would be to be just that, an advocate for the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Are there questions? Mr. Candy?
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Is there anything that the Airport Commission is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing if you were to be appointed, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
In a nutshell, I've attended several meetings over the last couple of years, more than 5, maybe less than a dozen. I think generally in the work that they do, the things that I see on their agenda, I think they do a good job. They make the day-to-day activity of the airport flow and go for the most part. My biggest bone of contention is I feel that there's a disconnect between the commission and the neighborhood, or the residents or the taxpayers that sometimes like to go up to the meeting and voice their opinion. I've seen some behavior that I think is less than stellar, and I'd like to bring back to the commission some sort of give and take so that the resident feels comfortable going up in there and talking in front of the commission.
Okay.
Thank you.
For you specifically, Mr. Costello, you are currently a member of the Airport Citizens Advisory Committee. That committee has a specific makeup in terms of who is appointed to it. 8 residents of Plymouth, 4 residents of Carver, 1 airport commissioner, 1 non-voting technical representative from full-time airport management staff, 1 non-voting representative from airport users group. So if you were to be appointed to the Airport Commission and simultaneously serve on the Airport CAC, you would be the 2nd airport commissioner to be serving on the Airport CAC. So in the event, it's possible that the current occupant of that role as a commissioner, may not wish to continue, in which case it would be a moot point. But in the event that that current office holder wanted to continue, would you resign from the airport CAC if you were appointed to the commission?
Excuse me, that's a great question, and I brought this question up. I didn't know if there was a prohibition for being on both committees, although I didn't think it made a great deal of sense where we did, or where the commission presently has a liaison to our committee.
Right.
So I've been operating under the assumption until I found out whether I was on or not on, or if it's a prohibition to even be on both, I was not going to make any move. But if I cannot maintain both, I would certainly, it would disappoint me, because I think it's more of a grassroots committee, you're talking to the neighbors better. But I would surrender my position on the CAC in hopes of getting on the commission.
I don't think technically under the law you would, or the rules, that you'd have to resign, but I think the intention of the makeup of the CAC is that the 8 Plymouth resident seats are for purely Plymouth residents, not, because obviously commissioners tend to also be residents.
Yeah, in this case, you're right, I'm a resident, but I think you're right. I would have no problem making room for a Plymouth resident.
Okay.
Other than myself.
Okay.
Because I feel I have the ability to help the neighbor at the commission level if I'm fortunate enough to get that position.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted
Thank
to
you.
clarify.
Other questions for Mr. Costello? No? Okay, thank you.
All set, thank you.
Next, we have Douglas Crociati, who's an applicant for reappointment.
Good evening, all. And for the record, I am Douglas Crociati, a lifelong Plymouth resident. I've lived here pretty much my entire life. I've proudly served on the Airport Commission for the past 24 years. I've also served as chairman for the past 12 years. I started flying off the airport when I was 9 years old with my grandfather, who subsequently stood before the board just like yours in 1952 and got this board, or that board at the time, to buy it from the Navy for $1. So I've been intimate with the airport all my life. I've been a licensed pilot for over 47 years, and I own and base an aircraft at the airport. Besides my aviation background, I've worked for a real estate development company in Plymouth for the past 26 years. I'm currently the president of the property management company that spun off of that company right at the moment. I'm a licensed construction supervisor, home improvement contractor, so I've got a complete background in construction contracts and everything that will go along with development of everything. I stand before you guys tonight to humbly and respectfully ask you to let me stay on the board. I would love to keep working with the current commission that we have now. During my tenure on this commission, we've brought in over $37 million in grants to improve and maintain our airport. Our daily #1 mission is safety for the pilots flying, but also safety for the residents and neighbors that live around the airport. Another thing that's very important to us is that the airport remains profitable and it becomes an asset to the town. We're very proud to say that we've been operating in the black and meeting all our financial obligations with no taxpayer funds being used to subsidize any of our operations at the airport. We're also very proud of with the creation of the Citizens Advisory Committee to address the issues of transparency, us not being open with the neighborhood, and Commissioner Wister has done a great job as far as heralding that committee to go through, and I really believe we're seeing a lot of gains with that. It's a lot of education trying to inform the neighbors that a lot of the decisions we make are based on FAA regulations, which are very stringent, and unfortunately, we have to follow what they say is what most airports have to adhere to. With that being said, aviation has been a passion to me. I've enjoyed being able to serve the town. This is one expertise that I've been in love with, and I've loved being able to give something back to the town. Our airport is a gem. As far as the general aviation airports go, we have one of the finest in the country. I humbly request to be able to continue to serve the town and the airport. With that, I appreciate the time. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Are there questions? Mr. Canty?
Mr. Crociati, if you were to be reappointed, is there anything that the Airport Commission is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
The thing that I'm most proud of is with the creation of the CAC to keep that going and keep the level of education, information, and the ideas flowing flowing as well as it has been flowing. I think that will help solve a lot of problems down the road.
Thank you.
More questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Ken Fosdick, who is also an applicant for reappointment.
Madam Chairman, members of the Select Board, Ken Fosdick. I'm here today to talk about the Airport Commission and my reappointment. I want to thank you for your support in the past and for the Select Boards in the past that have supported me and the Commission. We take our job seriously. We are charged under state law for the care and custody of the airport. And as you experience, it's very hard many times to listen to individual challenges and yet keep the bigger picture in mind. And we try all the time to do that. We run our meetings, for those of you who have attended our meetings, in a civil way. We open it up for communication with the community. As Doug had just said, there are many times when we obey the law. The laws of the FAA are such that we don't control pilots. So when we talk about noise, it's a difficult issue, one which we have a hard time explaining all the time to the individuals there. But they run the pilots. So we try and be civil. We try and understand, explain what's going on. And clearly the CAC has been helpful in that manner. I've served on the committee for many years. I'm here tonight to request a reappointment because I think it would be irresponsible of me at this point, with the things that are going on at the airport this coming year, with the onboarding of a new airport manager and the construction and reconstruction of the runway, a $7 million grant, which we just received. It would be inappropriate for me not to be there with my experience, history at the airport, and my relationships with our federal, state administrators to not be there and carry on the tradition that's been there. So I respectfully request your reappointment.
Thank you, Mr. Fosdick. Do we have questions for Mr. Fosdick? Mr. Canty?
Mr. Fosdick, if you were to be reappointed, is there anything that the Airport Commission is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing? Or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
I think that we act, what I'd like to see continue is that we act in a responsible way for our pilot community and for our neighbors. We all consider both to be our constituency, and we should continue to act in favor of both of them. But we are, as Doug said, an enterprise fund. We have grown the airport over the years. We have brought civil protection there with the state police. We have the med flight here. We went out and we solicited the Cape Cod Community College for training with tremendous technician training program that graduates over 200 people every year. So we continue to work very hard on developing the airport. And I'm not talking about expanding the airport, just developing the airport. And as was pointed out by the state airport economic impact on Massachusetts airports, this is for general aviation airports, we don't have commuter airlines there, so we are a general aviation airport. So for the general aviation airports, we're the second largest economic producer in the state of Massachusetts, second only to Barnes out in Worcester, and they have the state Air National Guard there, so their numbers are inflated by those. You know, we have, as this says, 368 people affected by working at the airport with a annual payroll of over $19 million and a impact to the southeastern and Massachusetts area of $62 million yearly. So it's a big organization. It's a good organization. I'd like to continue to help.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Fosdick? Okay, thank you.
You.
Last but not least, we have Len Levin.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to make my case to be appointed to the Airport Commission. I'll be brief. As the chairperson said, my name is Len Levin. Currently, I'm a member of the Cable Advisory Committee and the CPC, and I've been a past member of the DVC and the 2023 Charter Review Committee. As I wrote my application, with all the attention on the airport and commission, I think I would bring a fresh, unbiased perspective to the commission to help move it and the airport forward. My background is in technology. For the last 35 years, I ran my own business, the technology business, and early on in my career, when I was much younger than I am today, I was given the responsibility of managing multi-million-dollar projects at the time, the second largest computer company in the world. I think my record demonstrates on my other committees that I've been on, that I'm dedicated and committed to this committee if I was so appointed. So that's all I have to say. If you have any other questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Questions for Mr. Levin? Mr. Canty?
Mr. Levin, if you were to be appointed to the Airport Commission, is there anything that they're currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing? Or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
I think the commission needs to be less of an operational committee, and more of a steward of the airport. And what I mean a steward of the airport, they have different bodies and different constituents that they need to work with. The neighbors, the users, the management of the airport, and the commission itself. I find it interesting in this town. I'm fairly new to this town. I've only lived here now approximately 5 years. There seems to be a lot of micromanagement in this town. You hire professionals, you pay them lots of money to do their job. You need to let them do your job. In the case of the airport, I think the commission is like the board of directors. They need to run it like the board of directors and do it like the board of directors. That would be my philosophy about it. As far as something that they're doing wrong, I just think they do a better job of listening to people. From what I've seen and heard and what I've read about is that there tends to be times when people don't feel like they're being heard. You don't have to agree with them. Everybody doesn't get to win. Everybody doesn't get the everything they want. But they ought to feel like they walked away from a meeting or a gathering or even a one-on-one conversation and feel like they've been heard.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I will now bring this back to the board and ask for you to tell us who your top two choices would be for Airport Commission to fill these 2 3-year terms. I'll start with Mr. Golden.
I vote for Alan Costello and Len Levin.
Okay, Mr. Canty.
I vote for Thomas Bodie and Alan Costello.
Okay, Mr. Quintal.
Alan Costello and Doug Crisciati.
Okay, Mr. Cohan.
Thomas Bodie and Alan Costello.
And myself, Thomas Bodie and Alan Costello. So, Mr. Bodie and Mr. Costello, congratulations. You are newly appointed to the Airport Commission. We just need a motion to vote on that. Do I have a motion? Do we need to take a motion to vote?
We just appointed them
Okay.
by voting.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, this is still a few growing pains over here, but, okay, so congratulations, and you can see the town clerk to be sworn in before you leave tonight. All right. Next up, we have the Airport Community Advisory Committee. We have three-year terms. And Mr. Bodie, you have applied to the Airport Community Advisory Committee as well. So do we have a conflict there?
Well, yeah, I would think so personally, but it's,
Yeah, could
If
you
you
just
could take the
for a
microphone.
minute, just come up to the microphone.
so the makeup of the Community Advisory Committee allows for one airport commissioner to serve upon it and 8 residents. Commissioners are often also residents, but I think the intention was to have those 8 positions for residents that are not also commissioners.
I understand and agree.
So with that in mind, would you withdraw your application now that you've been appointed to the commission?
Unless Mr. Worcester, who is the current member on both the AC and the Plymouth Airport CAC, is resigning from that position, but I don't think he is, I would say I would withdraw. But
Okay, even if he were, Mr. Costello is now in the position of.
he's already there. Yes, I withdraw that.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
That's the easy answer. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Glad we got that cleared up. All right. Let's hear from Adam Bond. Is Mr. Bond in the room? And you are an applicant for reappointment.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Board. It's been interesting. You appointed me last year. The members of the committee voted me in as chair. My condolences were wished to me, as they're wished to you too, Madam Chair. But it's a fascinating group of people. Everybody is creative. Everybody is talkative. Everybody expresses themselves in any number of different ways. The thing that I like the most is there is a public group of people that come and they sit off on the side of the room. And my experience in the prior town that I was on a committee in was that everybody sort of gets to speak as the issues go. And I've tried to keep that tradition up. I understand there's public comment, but there are things that need to be said in the moment. And one of the things that I'd like to continue on that committee is that ability to be in a discussion mode. It's a community committee. Therefore, the community needs to be able to participate in the discussion, not only through representation, but also while they're sitting there in the room and they've taken time out of their day to come in, to be able to say things. Mr. Bodie was wonderful when he started coming in and talking about the fact that he had the ability to measure some of the sound that's coming off of the airport, which, if anyone knows about how the FAA sets up these sound levels, and it's somewhat ridiculous the way it's set up on how you measure sound around an airport. But, you know, he gave data and reality to what we were talking about. One of the things I just want to mention is that being on this committee and reading the mission statement that we started out with, that we then modified and sent back, is that we as a committee end up with a lot of no. The biggest no we get is, well, the FAA this, the FAA won't allow this, the FAA won't allow that. And that comes from the fact that they've preempted the area legally, just like the railroads preempted certain types of things in interstate travel. The airplane industry, the airport industry, has been preempted by the FAA. So one of the things that I think many of us on the committee, and I just as a member of the committee with a funny different hat because of being chair, we have to be creative. We have to be very creative. A lot of whatever is going to come out of this committee is going to be based on either some form of community diplomacy, politics, or creative solutions to problems that you cannot solve by simply making a rule, because there are already rules in place that prevent us from doing so. So I'd like to be a part of either helping to move those creative juices forward so that we can get to something like some people have met with some of the Alpha One to try and come up with sort of voluntary ways to try and reduce sound. People have talked about in this committee about possibly changing the materials that are being used, finding planes that use different materials for props, or maybe there are different props to use to reduce noise. What kinds of incentives can be given to these people in trying to reduce noise or change operational habits? So the creativity in this committee is excellent, and I would miss it if I were not still on it. And I enjoy being a part of it and dealing with people that are my neighbors and some I consider friends. And I thought about this reappointment as I sat in Macaja Pond, laying on my back in a float, looking up and counting planes as they flew over to come into the airport. In short, I don't have anything in my background that makes me inherently qualified to be on this committee. Other than that I live near an airport, I have a pair of ears and I have a mouth and I use them proportionately when I'm sitting in the committee. But I certainly do have a drive and an interest in trying to help this community that I'm a part of and trying to find some solutions to what are really, really persnickety little problems that affect a lot of people in a lot of different ways. So I would ask for reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Canty?
Mr. Bond, is there anything that the airport CAC is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing were you to be reappointed?
I would like to see them and help them continue finding creative solutions to impossible problems. One of the things that was done is there's been a lot of outreach and discussion with Chris Heidelberg, which is very helpful. I've been trying to, one of the applicants, I think Ms. Hanlon, who's going to be coming up, was helping in terms of, I think it would make some sense if we start combining ourselves with other groups and other committees in the region that are of similar ilk and trying to solve similar problems, because maybe we're trying to recreate a wheel that's already been created by somebody else. And there's also more force in numbers. Something that I guess is not really something we haven't done, but something that I don't think gets done enough is I don't see opportunities to really change commission policy or adjust commission policy, or that there's anybody that has told us that we can adjust commission policy with relation to various operations and things like that. And I think it's all FAA related. But I'd like to see more interaction with the commission and us, not just one member. I mean, Paul is great. Don't get me wrong. He's aces. But I would like to see more interaction, possibly maybe our committee going to commission meetings, or the commission, more commissioners coming to our meetings. I think the last person I saw was Mr. Fosdick was there, and I don't know if I'd recognize some of the others. But thank you. And any other questions? I'm sorry.
Other questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Justin Fosdick. Unfortunately, Mr. Fosdick is not able to join us tonight, although he did send us a note apologizing for that and asking us to still consider his application, which of course we will. Okay, Jenna Hanlon. Is Jenna in the room? Is Jenna online?
Hi.
Hi there, Miss Hanlon. We can hear you.
Hi. Thank you. I'm Jenna Hanlon from Sushalaway. So thank you, Madam Chair, and the members of the Select Board for listening to me and allowing me to apply for the Community Advisory Committee for the airport. I am a neighbor of the airport, in full disclosure. I've lived in Plymouth all my life, and West Plymouth for the majority of my adult life, and this home was my family home. So probably since I was about 7 years old, I think my parents built this when the airport was small. I would like to serve on the committee because I don't plan on moving. I like Plymouth. I like West Plymouth. I love our neighborhood. And I love our home. And I am 1,000% aware that the airport isn't going anywhere. So I would like to be on a committee to try to, I don't want to use the words make a difference, but to be involved and to know what's going on. To, like Mr. Bond, to try to come up with any solutions and to work together. Sometimes I feel like we are not heard and we have the same issues over and over again. So my hope is that we can finally work together. And I do see that the CAC has been making a difference. So I would like to see that continue and be sustained and not be done when the next issue is done, if that makes sense.
It does. Is there anything else to add?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Like Mr. Bond, I work full-time. I don't think I have a specific background for the airport committee, other than I'm a resident and a neighbor. There are not any current members of the CAC from this neighborhood. And I think now if Alan Costello is not going to be on the CAC, then I don't know if we have any members from the direct sort of surrounding streets of the airport.
Okay. All right, great. Are there questions for Ms. Hanlon? Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Ms. Hanlon. If you were to be appointed to the airport CAC, is there anything that they're currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing? Or anything that in particular that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
I like to see that I think the lines of communication have opened between the CAC and the Airport Commission. I think that we are slowly being heard and being heard. I think that the committee has been well directed. I've been very impressed with Mr. Bond and how he sort of listens to all sides, if you will, and I like that. So I hope that that continues, and I hope that we're able to continue down that path, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanlon. Next, we have Lorraine Ramsey. Ms. Ramsey? Ms. Ramsey, first of all, it's good to see you again. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you'd like to be reappointed?
Well, I guess I'm involved in my community. Although I'm not a native, I just think Plymouth is a very nice place to live. And I would like to see people's voices heard and people to live in harmony and be happy. Which is an ideal, I guess, but we have to be idealistic.
Great. Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Ramsey? Mr. Candy?
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. If you were to be appointed, or reappointed, I should say, to the airport CAC, is there anything that they're currently doing that you'd like to make sure that they keep doing? Or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing in your next term?
I think they're doing a very good job. And one of my first concerns when I joined the committee, and I don't know exactly how it is now with people leaving and being appointed, but I think it has to be balanced between citizens and airport insiders. I know at one time there appeared to be more people that had an interest in the airport as opposed to the citizens themselves. So that was one concern I had. And otherwise, I think it works well. I think we can come up with some ideas and some focus on what we want to accomplish. that are it's realistic. I mean, I don't see maybe having planes with lighter metal, whatever. This is something that might take years. We need to have goals that can be completed within a realistic time, that people can see results. But there's a number of issues that we can work on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Okay, I will take this back to the board and ask each of my board members to tell us who are your top three. We have three-year terms to appoint. So I'm going to start on this side with Mr. Cohen.
Lorraine Ramsey, Jennifer Halen, and Justin Fosdick.
Okay, Mr. Quintel.
Lorraine Ramsey, Adam Bond, and Jen Hanlon.
Okay, Mr. Canty.
Adam Bond, Jenna Hanlon, and Lorraine Ramsey.
Okay, Mr. Golden.
Adam Bond, Jennifer Hanlon, and Lorraine Ramsey.
Okay, great. And myself, Adam Bond, Jennifer Hanlon, and Lorraine Ramsey. So congratulations to all three of you on your appointment and reappointments. And before you leave tonight, be sure to see Kelly, our town clerk, in the corner so that you can be sworn in. Congratulations. Oh, and Jennifer, I know that you can't be sworn in tonight because you are on Zoom, but be sure to come to the town hall to be sworn in within 30 days. Okay, next we are on to the Board of Health. We have 2 3-year terms. Just wait for, the room is clearing, all the airport people. Okay. All right, let's move on to the Board of Health with our 2 3-year terms and 1 1-year term, which is an alternate position, I believe. Yep. Okay, so we have first Jolene Conley.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for your time. I'm Jolene Connolly. I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner. I practice here in town and I'm a resident as well. I'm applying for the alternate position for the Board of Health.
Mr. Canty.
So you specifically would like the alternate position?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anything that the Board of Health is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing? Or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing if you were to be appointed?
Sure. I'd like to see them continue to make practical and evidence-based interventions, but there's nothing I'm looking to change or come in, no agenda. Just looking to learn the ropes and find out a way to contribute.
Thank you.
David? Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Conley, thank you for being here tonight. I used to sit on the Board of Health, and I was a consistent advocate for us to bring, instead of exercising what is technically their legal authority to regulate, instead to encourage them to bring recommendations for bylaw changes forward to town meeting. Do you have a philosophy as to whether or not the Board of Health should exercise broad authority or work collaboratively with town meeting?
Well, I'm embarrassed to say I don't have an opinion on that. I'm really looking to just get acquainted with the board, look for opportunities to contribute, potentially be a resource for any like mental health programs, substance abuse issues in the community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Sarah McDevitt. Sarah in the room? Is Sarah online? No, no Sarah. Okay. We'll move on to Meg Payne. Meg, you are an applicant for reappointment.
Yes. Hi, I'm Meg Payne. I'm the Director of Public Health and Provider Relations for the Visiting Nurse Association of Cape Cod. I manage 21 public health nursing contracts with those towns. I've been in my role almost 11 years. I've been in public health over 12 years. I stood up here about 2 years ago and was appointed to the Board of Health with an inkling of what I knew I was getting into through a public health nursing lens, but I definitely learned a lot over the last 2 years. The board has changed over the last 2 years. We've made a lot of positive movement, and I really would love to continue with that momentum. And I also was appointed several months ago to vice chair by my fellow board members. And through the board, I'm also a liaison to the Southern Plymouth Public Health Excellence Group. And also it has allowed me to work with the town in the CHIP initiative, the Community Health Assessment, Community Health Improvement Plan process. So I would really love to continue that as well and see it through and align Board of Health initiatives with the key findings of the health assessment.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Ms. Payne. If you were to be reappointed, is there anything that the Board of Health is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing? Or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing in your next term?
Yeah, I think we've made a lot of really positive movements over the last couple of years, made a lot of efforts to provide education and clarity to the public around like what is the Board of Health, what do we do, what is the health division, how do we work together, and bringing local resources to the table to shine a light on what's in our community and how we can address public health needs, and partnering and collaborating with local entities. So I'd like to keep moving forward with that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Payne, for being here. I believe you replaced me on the Board of Health when I moved over to the Select Board. And I've seen you in action, and I appreciate the work that you've done as a member of the board. I think I know the answer, but I'll ask anyways. Do you believe that the Board of Health should exercise its statutory authority broadly to regulate, or would you prefer to work more collaboratively with town meeting?
Definitely collaboratively. Massachusetts is unique, as you know, 351 independent local boards of health with a lot of authority. And we don't take that lightly on our board. We are always operating with the thought of aligning with town meeting and select board initiatives. That's one of the positive changes I was talking about earlier.
Thank you.
Other questions? No? Okay, thank you. Dr. Terry Reed? Is Dr. Reed here? Is she online, Jay? No? Okay, she is an applicant for reappointment. And we have Daniel Sullivan.
Good evening, folks. For the past 10 years, I've worked as a bedside nurse in various community hospitals. I've cared for full spectrum of patients, from acute illnesses to chronic illnesses to dual diagnosis. And for the past 2 years, I've worked as a registered nurse in Bridgewater State Hospital. And that's really been such a great revelation. The prevalence of substance abuse disorder, prevalence of suicidal ideation, the prevalence of self-injurious behavior is of epidemic proportion. And it's my humbled opinion that our political leaders and our policymakers need to do better, and they have to do better. And so I want to take my rich experience in working in such a broad spectrum, working with a broad spectrum of patients, to apply my perspective on the front line to help promote wellness and health within the town of Plymouth. And that's why I'm here, and I'm asking for your approval.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Canty?
Mr. Sullivan, if you were to be appointed to the Board of Health, is there anything that the board is currently doing that you'd like to make sure they keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
Well, I looked at the agenda for since January 1 of this year, and you know, it seems like a lot of focus has been on logistical matters. I have not seen a lot on polysubstance use disorder education on their agenda specifically, and I've seen nothing on their agenda about suicide prevention. And that's shocking, because suicide is the #1 cause of death among children and young adults. And I see nothing on the agenda specifically addressing this unmitigated crisis. So I want to bring my experiences, particularly over the past 2 years working in Bridgewater State Hospital, which is highly unstable, and it has a very young demographic, and really put forward education and prevention so that our young people have a chance to live a full and healthy life.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for being here tonight. I'll ask the same question that I asked for the prior applicants. Do you believe that the Board of Health should exercise its statutory authority in a broad manner, or work more collaboratively with town meeting?
I think collaboration is always positive, so I'd like to see them work with the town meeting and the various other boards, so you have a consensus. And I think that's one of the issues that we have, is we don't have consensus on really big issues, and we need that to make true progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sullivan. Yep. Okay. Did you have another question? Did you?
No, if I may, Madam Chair, I would just like to say, I worked with Dr. Terry Reed, and I know she couldn't be here tonight. I served on the Board of Health with her. She's an outstanding physician. She's a pediatrician and an amazing public servant. So although she wasn't able to appear before us here tonight, I would strongly encourage my colleagues to cast at least one of their votes in her favor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Cohen?
I've had an opportunity to attend a number of Board of Health meetings, and I would just echo Mr. Golden's remarks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, then I will call for your, let's do the 2 3-year terms first, and then the alternate. So starting with Mr. Golden, who are your 2 choices?
Meg Payne and Dr. Terry Reed.
Okay, Mr. Canty?
Meg Payne and Dr. Terry Reed.
Okay, and Mr. DeQuintal?
Meg Payne, Dr. Terry Reed.
Mr. Cohen?
Meg Payne and Dr. Reed.
Okay, and myself, Meg Payne, and Dr. Reed. So congratulations, you are reappointed to the Board of Health. Be sure that you see the town clerk before you leave to get sworn in. And we'll make sure that Dr. Reed is aware that she needs to be sworn in within 30 days. Okay, let's look at the alternate position now. We have one-year term. I will start on this side. Mr. Cohen.
Jolene Conley.
Okay, Mr. Quintal.
Jolene Connolly.
Mr. Canty.
Jolene Connolly.
Mr. Golden.
Jolene Connolly.
And myself, Jolene Conley. Ms. Conley, congratulations. You are our new alternate. Make sure that you get sworn in before you leave. Okay. All right, let us move on to the Building Committee. We have one 3-year term for a member in the construction industry, and we have one 3-year term for a citizen at large. And first on our list is Paul Blanchard.
Good evening. I'm Paul Blanchard, Precinct 13. I am an architect. I've lived in Plymouth for over 50 years and practiced in the architectural field here in Plymouth for all but 2 of those years. I served on a number of building committees. I was on the building committee for the town library out on South Street, and I was on the building committee for the town hall renovations on Lincoln Street, both the accessibility study and then the building committee. I've also served on a number of other committees here in town. I was on the Industrial Development Commission for a number of years. Also, I was the chair of the building committee for the recent renovations at the Plymouth Center for the Arts. As far as the work on the building committee, it's now that I'm more or less retired, I would like to be able to afford the building committee some of my experience over the years. My practice was both in public and private construction. Also, as part of my career, I spent 17 years overseeing the renovations and construction work for the Plymouth Housing Authority. So I've had a lot of experience in public construction and have overseen a number of projects, both public and private, here in Plymouth, throughout eastern Massachusetts, down through all the way to Nantucket, and some development as well in Rhode Island and Connecticut. So I would like to join the committee and see if I can provide my perspective and my experience to help to kind of preempt a question might be coming. I feel that the building committee has done an excellent job in the projects they've overseen since taking over public construction. They've virtually always been on time and within budget on their projects, which I think in public construction is remarkable. Prior to having the town building committee, there were few projects in town that could not claim that. So I think the permanent building committee has done an excellent job.
Okay, great, thank you. Questions for Mr. Blanchard? Nope, no questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Mr. David Richard Currier.
Good evening, Madam Chair, all board members. My name is David Currier. I live within Precinct 7. I'm a retired fire chief, 39 years on the job. I have extensive knowledge of codes and compliance standards in the state of Massachusetts. I worked for about 4 years with Massachusetts Fire Marshal's Office. I was the inside so-called expert that fire chiefs would call in and ask for code interpretations on various building and fire protection related questions that they had. I also work with the state police and also ATF, affectionately known as Booze Butts and Bang Bangs. I just have a very broad background in fire protection engineering and also building construction that I've been happy to be a part of my whole entire career.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. Currier. Is there anything that the building committee is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing if you were to be appointed, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
I think this is the learning process for me because I've never served in Plymouth before. I've only lived in Plymouth for about 10 years now, but I wanted to get active and remain active. I look forward to meeting all the various committees in the town and working with the local inspectional services to facilitate be a strong advocate for the town.
Thank you.
Other questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Bethany King.
Good evening. I wrote notes. So my name is Bethany King. I live in Precinct 5. I was born in Plymouth. I've been raised in Plymouth. My background is I graduated from Plymouth North. I went to WPI with a civil engineering degree, and I've been in the local construction industry since then. I've been a project manager throughout the whole chain, up to a senior project manager until about 3 months ago. I actually left that position and I'm now in a business development role. But I spent about 16 years doing various projects in the Seaport for just development, private work, but then I also have done Cape Cod Community College engineering science building. I finished a middle school in Norwood recently, and right before I just left my last company, I was going through foundations at Pembroke Public Safety Headquarters. So I've done a lot on site, managing teams. And honestly, I was asking around because I went to Hedge Elementary School and I was very interested in that project as a resident, just wondering what was going on with that project, and found out that the building committee meets about it. And I went to a meeting about 2 months ago. I went in April and May to their meetings, and I found out that there were some openings, and I felt like I could actually add a lot to what they do after seeing what they did for a couple meetings. It's an amazing group. Honestly, the fact that you're all here is very impressive. Other than I'm the chair of the Plymouth North Engineering Advisory Council for the CTE program, and I'm also on Federal Furnace School Council. But other than that, I do not do too much work in. I will say I'm glad that building starts with a B tonight, because like you're all here for a long time. So anyway, I feel like I could add a lot to this group. I'm passionate about it. I'm passionate about the town. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's all I'd have to say. I'm a unrestricted licensed construction supervisor. Have the credentials, if you will, and I think I can just add a lot to the committee. It seems like a good group.
Great, thank you. Questions? Mr. Canty?
Thank you. So first, Ms. King, I was good friends with your sister Megan, and I'm sure she would be very proud of what you've become.
Thank you very much.
But if you were to be appointed to the building committee, is there anything that they are currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing, or anything that they are not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
Like I said, I've only been to a couple meetings, so honestly, I'm not going to judge anything that they've done. I will say that Plymouth North and Plymouth South High School, being through both of them, and I know a lot of the committee members are on those groups, so they clearly are doing a very good job. Personally, I think in construction in general, especially public construction, I know that there's a lot of change orders, right? That's the biggest problems with projects. So I personally think I can add to potentially some design review or some reviews of that type of thing. And it's, to me, with construction, it's really just open communication. So it seems like the group is doing that well, especially with the way the construction projects get bid out with your OPMs and your architects and just working together as a team. It seems like the committee's already doing that. So I think I could just add to that, and I do think that's a very valuable part of construction.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Other questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and excuse me, Robert Morgan? Is Mr. Morgan online? No? Okay. Okay, I will take this back to the board. We have 3 excellent candidates, all with construction background. We can,
Well, looking at the charge for this committee, the committee's composition is comprised of 1 member of the planning board, a registered professional engineer or architect, an attorney, a person employed in the construction industry or a related trade or occupation, 2 members of the school committee, and 3 other residents.
oh, okay.
So Mr. Blanchard, being an architect, could be one of the other residents. And then Ms. King clearly works in the construction industry, and then David Courier could be viewed as being in a related field.
Okay. All right, so let's let's do our appointment for a candidate for the, representing the construction industry. I'll start with Mr. Cohen.
Yes. Just a quick question. Robert Morgan, was he withdrawn, his name?
He didn't appear.
He didn't appear,
Okay.
he's not online.
All right. Bethany King
Okay.
for the individual in the industry, and Paul Blanchard. Was that at large, or
Okay. Yep.
are you taking
Yep.
both votes?
Yep,
Okay.
that's fine. Mr. Quintel?
Paul Blanchard and Bethany King.
Okay, Mr. Canty?
Yep.
Bethany King for the construction industry, and Paul Blanchard for the citizen at large.
Okay, and Mr. Golden?
I'll vote Bethany King for construction industry and David Carrier for citizen at large.
Okay, and I will vote Bethany King for construction industry and David Currier for citizen at large. So we have Bethany King has been appointed and Paul Blanchard has been appointed. Congratulations to both of you. Make sure that you get sworn in before you leave tonight. All right. Moving on to the Cable Advisory Committee. We have 2 3-year terms. First on the list is Paul McGee, who's an applicant for reappointment. Is Mr. McGee here? Oh, he's online. Okay. Hello, Mr. McGee. Welcome.
Good evening.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in reappointment to the Cable Advisory Committee?
Well, I'm currently on the Cable Advisory Committee as the chair. I've been 6 years, and I'm looking forward to being reappointed to the committee. We are in the midst at this moment of considering both of our cable companies for the renewal of their licenses. Comcast and Verizon. One in Comcast is January 27, and Verizon a little later in June of 28. We'll be entering the serious renewal phase of those applications, which is called the ascertainment phase, with a launch of a survey to all the taxpaying members of our residents of the town, with an announcement of a survey to be conducted of all the residents of the town about their satisfactions with the cable service, and also ideas on the governmental and educational programs that are provided throughout the town through the PEG programs. So I'm looking forward to continuing my contributions to the town and to the support of the continuing support of the service provided by our cable companies going forward. So I look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. McGee? Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. McGee. If you were to be reappointed, is there anything that the Cable Advisory Committee is currently doing you'd like to make sure they keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
Well, one of the things that is on the horizon, which I like to bring it down closer to earth, I think, is the problem we have with the declining subscribership among cable purchases within the town. Subscriptions have reduced by over 30% in the last 10 years in town, and continues to decline as people move into streaming as the way they view their television. And unfortunately, the paying access fees are contained in cable bills, as we probably all know. And without cable bills, without cable service, those pay fees begin to diminish along with subscriberships, which could affect the paid programming, the government programming, your meeting tonight, the educational programs provided by the schools, which are excellent, and any other private programs that are supported through normal, citizens who do programming through the studios. So I think we could, as we get through licensing process for the Comcast and Verizon, I think we'll put all, I like to say, put all of the options on the table to make sure that those kinds of programs that are offered through the PEG access continue in some fashion. So even though the funds that are currently supplied for that are diminishing, that would be what I would encourage to be our main thrust going forward here.
Okay, thank you.
No questions? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. McGee.
Thank you.
Okay, Sean Mullen. Mr. Mullen, it looks like Mr. Mullen's online. No? Okay. Mr. Mullen was an applicant for reappointment. Chris Selland?
Hi, everybody. My name's Chris Selland. I'm definitely one of the newcomers, as you've heard before. I've been in Plymouth for about 3 years. My wife Deb and I moved here in 2023. My reason for, applying to the committee was that I've spent my career in technology, and more recently, I also teach part-time at Northeastern in the business school. And one of the topics I teach is disruption. And there's a lot of disruption going on, it was just alluded to, in the cable industry in particular, that has major impact on the community, major impact on the franchise fee model. This just seemed like an area where I could help. And so as a relatively new person to town, I'm not going to say I know a lot about how the committee's been currently functioning, but I do know a lot about the business. I spent my career negotiating technology deals, and I'd be happy to get involved and happy to help. And I appreciate everybody's consideration.
That's great. Thank you. Questions, Mr. Canty?
Based on your statements, you may not know, but I'll give you the opportunity to respond. Anyways, is there anything that the Cable Advisory Committee is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing if you were to be appointed, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing? Well, as you alluded to, I can't specifically say what they're not doing. I hadn't really heard anything mentioned yet. I mean, certainly, for instance, I'm a Comcast customer, but I'm not a cable customer. So we rely totally on streaming, we're cord cutters. Now, my in-laws live in town as well. They have cable. So we're not contributing to that. But the whole idea of transparency, the whole idea of connectivity for the town, the digital infrastructure, that we need to do a lot of things and not just broadcast television. So I think there is probably an opportunity for expansion of scope of responsibilities around digital infrastructure, around connectivity, around broadband. And so I don't know where and how far that extends today, but that certainly would seem to be in scope for this role. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Questions? More questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I will take this back to the board. We are appointing 2 3-year terms, and I will start at this side of the table with Mr. Golden.
Paul McGee and Chris Selland.
Mr. Canty?
Paul McGee and Chris Selland.
Mr. Quintel?
Paul McGee, Chris Sullen.
Mr. Collins?
Paul McGee and Sean Mullen.
And for myself, Sean Mullen and Chris Selland. So, quick addition here. So Paul McGee and Chris Selland, you have been appointed. Oh, sorry. Paul McGee has been reappointed to the board and committee, and Chris Selland, you have been appointed to the committee. So congratulations, and be sure to check in with the town manager on your way out to get sworn in.
You mean the
Thank
town
you.
clerk?
Town clerk to get sworn in. Sorry, Derek, giving you a new responsibility tonight. It's getting late. Okay. All right. Thank you for correcting me.
No problem.
Okay. Moving through the Cs, Center for Active Living Advisory Board. We have 3 3-year terms. First up is Kevin Hood.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Board. I am here tonight for reappointment for my position on the Cal Advisory Board. I also sit on the Senior Task Force as the vice chair and many other committees, as you guys know, in town. So ask me anything you want. I'm here.
Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Kevin. In terms of the Cal Advisory Board, is there anything that the board is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing if you were to be reappointed, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing in your next term?
In both situations, yes and no. We have a very energetic board. I think everybody attends the Cal Center. You never see that parking lot not full. All the events and things that are going on there are amazing. Our board is very interactive all the time. The amazing things we do between the Cal deliveries for food and all the other programs is just absolutely amazing. So we're always thinking outside the box. We have a lot of good leadership through that place, and we just continue to grow every day through there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Other
you.
questions? No? Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Okay. Daniel Holland.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Dan Holland. I just finished up my first 3-year term with the Center for Active Living. I was just voted in as chair last Thursday. I'm honored and privileged to be part of such a great group between what they do for the older adults of this town with the arts, health and wellness, food insecurity, making them feel less isolated in the community. And I just hope that you will allow me to do one more term.
Questions for Mr. Holland? Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. If you were to be reappointed, is there anything that the Cal Advisory Board is currently doing that you want to make sure they keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing in your next term?
I think, honestly, one of the major things that they're doing currently is their work on transportation, which is growing exponentially, and they're doing a great job tackling it. I'd like to see, that continue and grow further. I honestly don't see anything negative that they're doing, which is a good sign, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holland.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. McLaughlin withdrew. Teresa Sullivan Cruz.
Good
Hello.
evening. Thank you for considering my application. I've retired from public education in the last 5 years. I was a high school principal for the last 15 years, and it was 2020 when I retired. It was mid-COVID, so I was looking for things to get engaged in, involved in, and a couple years later, I started a business. I now have a training center at Cottage Park, and at the same time, simultaneously, I joined as a member and as a volunteer with Cal. I've been working with Dan and Kevin on the advisory committee. I am not an official member of the advisory committee, but I have been attending the meetings for about 2 years. I'm also a volunteer there. I work at the front desk. I've been working the front desk every Thursday morning for the last 3 years, I think. And so I'm at Cal every Tuesday for Magic Muscle, for my Janet Enos fitness class, and every Thursday volunteering. And I'm excited I would like to work on the board officially. Either way, I still intend to support and be with the board members.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Canty?
Ms. Sullivan Cruz, if you were to be appointed, is there anything that the Cal Advisory Board is currently doing you'd want to make sure they keep doing, or anything they're not doing you'd like to see them start doing?
I think they're a well-oiled machine. I want to echo what Dan said about transportation. I chair the Senior Voices Committee, in that we are going out to over 55 communities, about 5 or 6 a year now, to sort of sell the Cal, but we're really trying to share to the seniors what Cal has to offer. And what I'm noticing, the biggest obstacle has always been transportation. So the grant is amazing. And I think the partnership with GATRA is probably one of the greatest feats recently. But the other end of that will be about the education component. And I myself just signed up, and I think we need to get out there and teach people how to use the app. and how to get an application, and how to sign up, and how to, when are you calling, when are you doing dial-a-ride versus on a route? And so I think just that's the next part of things we should be working on, is the education of how to access the transportation.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Okay, so we have 3 excellent candidates, with Ms. McLaughlin withdrawing her application, and we have 3 3-year terms. So, yes, Mr. Canty.
Can I make a motion that we appoint Mr. Hood, Mr. Holland, and Ms. Sullivan Cruz
Second.
to these terms?
Yes, that's
Second.
was going to be my question. Okay, we have a motion to approve all 3 and a second. Discussion? Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Congratulations, all 3 of you have been appointed. Make sure you check in with the town clerk to be sworn in before you leave. Okay. Community Preservation Committee, we have 1 3-year term, and we have 1 2-year term. First on the list is Andrea Bone, or Bon, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Is Andrea here? Is Andrea online? No?
I think she's. There she is.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Bone.
Hi, how are you?
We're well, how are you?
Good, thank you. I just wanted to say I moved to Plymouth about 10 years ago with my family, and my youngest son just graduated high school last year. So I'm looking for a way to get involved with the community and give back. And I saw the Community Preservation Committee, and I'm interested in joining the committee.
Okay. Questions, Mr. Canty?
Ms. Bond, are you interested in the 3-year term or the 2-year term?
Either one is fine.
Okay. And if you were to be appointed, is there anything that the CPC is currently doing that you want to make sure they keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you want to make sure that they start doing?
The only thing I could suggest is perhaps maybe bring a little more awareness about what the CPC does to the public.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, is it Bone or Bon?
It's fun.
Miss Bond, thank you for joining us tonight. I think the last time I checked, the CPC's debt is standing at about outstanding debt is about $9 million. Over the last couple of years, they've been working to pay down the debt. Could you just tell us what your whether or not you agree with the decision to work on paying down debt, and what your philosophy would be on borrowing?
Well, I personally don't like to carry debt myself. So my philosophy would be to encourage them to pay down the debt.
Thank you.
More questions? No? Okay, thank you, Ms. Bond.
Thank you.
Cheryl Heller?
Thank you for receiving my application. I'm Cheryl Heller. I live at 20 Chilton Street. I moved to Plymouth in 2005. By 2007, I had started the Friends of Miles Standish, which is still going strong today and provides excellent service for both Plymouth and Carver. I have been a town meeting member for Precinct 14, at which during my tenure at town meeting, I submitted a warrant article with 2 other people to restrict the ground-mounted solar array, and I think that has just been very helpful for keeping Plymouth the way we know it. I'm very proud of that warrant article. I also served on the Open Space Committee, and with Dory Stoley and Malcolm McGregor, we drafted the first climate change mitigation addendum for the open space recreation plan. I'm also very proud of that. I'm sorry to say I think it was dropped. In 2013, I left the Friends of Miles Standish in very good hands and started the Southeastern Massachusetts Pine Barrens Alliance. We are proudly ensconced in a CPC building at the Center Hill Preserve, which we are very grateful for, that the town acquired that property and that groups like ours are able to make use of those kinds of facilities. I think most of you know that we are a effective organization operating on a shoestring, but we managed to do a lot of very important work, in my opinion, with the use of all volunteers, and it's been a real pleasure leading that group. The word alliance in our name means that we build alliances, and SEMPA, for short, for Pine Barrens Alliance, has been very effective in writing and also managing grants at every level, from federal, state, to local. I myself have been the manager of those grants, some of them in the $100,000 ranges. And through that work, through these many, many years of being involved in conservation, I probably know or have worked with every state, federal, local official, and I can say, for the most part, have very good relations with all of them. I think that's one of my strengths is that breadth of knowledge and in the work that I've done since 2007. Also, we have worked with every conservation group in town, with tribal groups, and would like to continue that, bringing that experience to the CPC. By the way, we also managed municipal vulnerability preparedness grant for the town of Plymouth and worked very closely with Lee Hartman on that, as well as a number of people on the select board. I bring strength in conservation, but I'll also tell you what few people know about me. I wrote my honors thesis on the politics of the Pilgrims, and it was my love for the Pilgrims that caused me to move to Plymouth back in 2005. I live in a historic house, an 1845 Captain's House at the Waterfront Historic District, which I'm very proud of. And this gives me a very strong, I also work out of my house. I run a short-term rental, which brings in tourism. I have an insight into what people are looking for when they come to Plymouth, which is why I would bring a very strong passion about preserving, especially the Pilgrim legacy, but also preserving what we have left of our historic district and expanding that if possible. I've also experienced in my younger days near homelessness. I lived in a 24-foot trailer for a number of years with my young daughter. I have a very personal feeling for people who are homeless or underhoused, and I will bring that also to this committee. I've done a small amount of volunteer work for the task force to end homelessness, and I'm hugely admiring and would love to work to support them even more than I've been able to in the past. I also have been trained by NOAA in project design and evaluation. So every project that I undertake, every group I organize, I start with a strategic plan. How are we going to get from what our goals are to what our vision is? And I bring that strength, and also I've run a zillion meetings, and I feel very comfortable that everybody in the room needs to speak, needs to have their moment to share their thoughts and develop a collegiate, but also forward-moving, action-oriented groups. And so I'm waiting for that question from Mr. Canty, but maybe you have some other questions for
Well,
me.
we won't leave you in suspense any longer, Mr. Canty.
Before I get to that question, are you interested, Ms. Heller, in the 3-year term or the 2-year term or either?
I would take either.
Okay. And is there anything that the CPC is currently doing that you'd like to make sure that they keep doing if you were to be appointed? Or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
Well, I'd really like to see them continue supporting homelessness. We live downtown where we see these people coming out of shelters very early in the morning in the wintertime when it's still very cold out. We need to do all we can to support homelessness, and I think the CPC has been moving more in that direction, which I'm glad to see. What I'd really like to see, with having served on the Open Space Committee, I'd like to see closer coordination between the CPC and the Open Space Committee. I'd like to see us start developing an acquisition program for targeted lands, not necessarily to add more and larger conservation lands, but we need to start hooking up the conservation lands we have now with natural corridors for wildlife and for human transfer in natural spaces. So my focus will be in the conservation end. Let's find ways to hook up the conservation lands we have and make them much more biodiverse, much more sustainable than just purchasing parcels of land that end up being isolated. So that's a big passion of mine. For me, education has to be a component of every single project. And that's another thing I would like to see happen with the CPC. Let's get out there and show the public what we're doing. Years ago, the Friends of Miles Standish used to organize Pine Fest. And one year, Mr. Cohan, who was then chair of the CPC, brought, do you remember this? He brought this amazing display of all the CPC accomplishments. He had posters of the different properties. He had a table of special objects that had been preserved. It was incredible. People flocked to his table, and this was a very big, Pine Fest was quite large with many different vendors, but that table was very popular. It wasn't long after that, I believe, that the CPC came out with their book of all of the different projects. I see that that's was on the agenda for continuing funding for that. I would love to see the CPC update that and have that published. But I really think that we need to be out there. The CPC needs to be, I'm already like on the group. The CPC needs to be out there at different events, at the waterfront festivals with this kind of information of how we're improving the community. People see the CPC on their tax bill. There's a lot of feeling that what is my tax money going for? You know, we have too much of this or too much of that, or we're doing too much with it. No, I think if people have this on their tax bill and they can relate it to what they're seeing more, more tangibly out in the open, that's what I would like to bring to the CPC.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it. So, thank you for considering my application.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Heller?
Ms. Heller, sorry.
Sorry, one more.
I missed Mr. Golden's hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Heller. Do you agree with the CPC's current philosophy of working to reduce the debt that they've been carrying? And what would be your philosophy on borrowing?
That's a really tough question because I know we have excellent people at the town who are financial geniuses, which I don't claim to be. I'm very fiscally responsible. I have my own business. I personally don't carry debt, very little debt, for sure. My house mortgage is the only thing, really. And as a taxpayer who's, struggling to pay my property taxes, I'm very conservative with spending, I'll say. So yes, we might have to do some maneuvering, especially like a bridge loan or bridge until we can get the funding for something we might need. But I'm kind of a penny pincher. And so I will tend to be on the conservative side of spending.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Lisa Hickey. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for considering my application. I'm a very new member, or very new to Plymouth. We just moved here in November, so I just applied wanting to get more involved with the community and learn more, and
Questions, Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Ms. Hickey. To the best of your knowledge, is there anything that the Community Preservation Committee is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing if you were to be appointed? Or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
I guess from what I've seen with the open space, I think seems like very thoughtful and well-planned. And also, historic preservation, it's amazing. I don't know too much about the, affordable housing, so I couldn't really speak to that.
And are you interested in the 3-year term or the 2-year term, or either?
Either.
Thank you.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Hickey. I applaud you for jumping right into things. So, as I said earlier, the CPC has been working on reducing the amount of debt that they have outstanding over the last couple of years. Do you agree with that decision, and what would be your philosophy on borrowing?
Of course, reducing the debt, I would encourage. I suppose it's probably pretty complicated, and you wouldn't want to see projects, halted that, in the middle that would need to be finished. But no, I would definitely be proposing to reduce the debt.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hickey. Okay, back to the board. I'm going to start at this end. She withdrew. Bruce and Lucia have withdrawn. Yep. So we have 3 candidates. We have Andrea Bond, Cheryl Heller, and Lisa Hickey. And we have 2 positions to fill. So I will start with Mr. Golden. Who would be your choice for the 3-year term and who for the 2-year term?
I'll vote for Miss Andrea Bond for the 3-year and Lisa Hickey for the 2-year.
Okay, Mr. Canty?
I would vote for Cheryl Heller for the 3-year and Andrea Bond for the 2-year.
Okay, Mr. Quintal?
Cheryl Heller and Lisa Hickey.
Cheryl for the 3-year or the 2-year? For the
3.
3-year, okay. And Lisa Hickey for the 2-year. Okay, Mr. Cohen?
Lisa Hickey for the 2-year and Cheryl Heller for the 3-year.
Okay. And myself, Cheryl Heller for the 3-year and Lisa Hickey for the 2-year. So Ms. Heller, congratulations. And Ms. Hickey, congratulations. Be sure that you get sworn in by the town clerk before you leave. Okay. Moving on to the Distinguished Visitors Committee. Now, this is another one we have we just were notified that we had Leanna Patton has withdrawn her application, so we have 2 applicants for reappointment. And we have 2 positions to fill. So Mr. Lydon is reapplying for the Visitor Service Board member position, and Mr. Talamo is applying for the citizen at large. Do we want to make a motion to appoint the 2 of them, Mr. Canty?
So I serve on the Distinguished Visitors Committee, and both Mr. Lydon and Mr. Talamo do a tremendous amount of work in helping to organize the main purpose, the trips to and from Shishikahama, but also the other work that the Distinguished Visitors does from time to time. So I would be in favor of reappointing both of them to those positions. I will make a motion to appoint Mr. Lydon to the Visitors Service Board member position and Mr. Talamo to the Citizen at Large position.
Excellent. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, great discussion. Okay, Mr. Cohan.
I will support that motion. I vote yes.
Okay, Mr. Quintel.
Yes.
Mr. Canty.
Yes.
Mr. Golden.
Yes.
And myself, yes. Congratulations, Mr. Lydon and Mr. Talamo. You've been reappointed. Make sure you see the town clerk on your way out. Okay, moving on to the Harbor Committee. We have 1 3-year term for a master mariner or party boat owner. We'll start with Thomas Lundy. Is Mr. Lundy here?
Hi, thank you for hearing my application. My name is Tom Lundy. I'm a lifelong Plymouth resident, and since 2009, I've been operating Plymouth Flying Fin charters off the Plymouth Wharf. And more recently, I've taken over the launch service that tends to the needs of the mooring holders in Plymouth Harbor. I have 2 license agreements with the town, one on the wharf and one on the state or the town pier. And I've been to Harbor Committee meetings since 2008 when I was trying to first get my business off the ground. I found the Harbor Committee to be cooperative and offered me great advice. I've been to meetings on and off when certain things on the agenda were something that I thought I should take part in and lend my voice to. After Paul left, that seat is, I think I uniquely fit that position, being that I am operating 2 businesses right on the wharf. One charter boat, and I'm a member of the Plymouth Party Boat Association, and the other one is the livery service that's tending to the needs of the boaters. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your consideration. That's it.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. Lundy. If you were to be appointed, is there anything that the Harbor Committee is currently doing that you'd want to make sure they keep doing, or anything that they're not doing so far that you'd like to see them start doing?
Well, I do like the way the Harbor Committee has representatives of a lot of people that operate in the harbor, recreationally, professionally, aquaculture. I like the way they've worked hand in hand with the Select Board and Chad and the town manager with the implementation of some of the projects and infrastructure that came down the pipe that were recommended to us when the harbor was, I can't remember off the top of my head who presented that plan to the Harbor Committee and to the Board of Selectmen a number of years ago, but I like the way the Harbor Committee has checked items off the list one at a time and tried to satisfy all the recommendations that came down. And I would like to see that continue. And as far as things I think they could do better, I think everybody can do a little bit better. I have no need to stand here and tell you what I think isn't happening properly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions? Thank you. Okay, Robert O'Brien.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me tonight. I'm actually the outsider. I actually am from the town of Hanson. Very unique committee. I was actually going to withdraw my name earlier today. But let me just say, just to talk a little bit about the harbor. I've been a mooring holder there for 30 years. The harbor in the last, I'll say, decade or so has undergone tremendous growth and change. And I'm sure a lot of it has to do with the harbor committee, so kudos to them. I did not even know the harbor committee allowed outside people to, as far as being an outside resident from Hanson to even be part of it until Chad Hunter put out a email to everybody in the, that it is a mooring holder for it. So again, I'm the outsider for it. I come from public safety. I think, I'm going to be honest with you, I think you've got some much more qualified people than I would be. As far as, I'm going to speak on behalf of Tom for a moment. He just opened up his business down there, and I've been down there multiple times. I'm on C1 with Kevin Nord. Yep, now you remember. Absolutely wonderful gentleman. You have great people in the mooring field. You have great people that work down at the harbor. And you guys do a phenomenal job here in Plymouth. I am glad to see that you get as many people to volunteer for committees as you did tonight. So that's absolutely phenomenal. But I just wanted to say thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
So
Do you have any questions or anything?
did you withdraw or?
No, you know something, because I do. I think you've got some other people. I think I come from a fire service background. I'm actually the fire chief in Hanson. I've been a lifelong boater. I've got a 100-ton license and things like that. So Chief Foley is a very good friend of mine. I know him very well. I've actually met your town administrator at calls a couple times before. He probably doesn't remember it either. But no, honestly, like if it comes up again, yep. And I think I would be actually more suited for recreational, even though I do stuff with my 100-ton license and things. But you've got like a 600-page paper tonight, and I was flipping through some of the resumes and things like that you have on there, because you've got some other business holders and people like that are down here every single day doing stuff, whereas I come down a couple days a week and go out on the boat. So
Well, we appreciate that you're here, and we certainly appreciate your kind words. We do have
Yep.
an incredible community that.
Yep, you really
that
do.
is very experienced
Yep.
and willing to contribute.
And so, Mr.
So
Lundy,
thank you.
I hope I answered some of your questions. I think they do a great job down there. So,
Thank you.
all right. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you
Have a
very
good night.
much. Okay, James Stasinos.
Good evening. My name's James Stasinos. I'm a lifelong Plymouth resident. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? The light is on. Okay, I'll speak up. So my name's James Stasinos. I'm a Plymouth resident, a mooring holder in Plymouth. I grew up on the waterfront, worked on the Captain John boats, went to college in New York City at the State University of New York Maritime College. Worked as a mariner, tugboat captain. I currently own my own tugboat business. I have 22 tugs that operate around the country. Some of them you might see in Plymouth occasionally. They're the brown and green boats that come in occasionally. I'll have a boat in on Thursday this week, actually. I'll sit on the Harbor Carriers Commission for the Port of New York and New Jersey as well. And I have a mooring in Plymouth. I'm sorry, I mentioned that already. And I just want to bring some of that back to Plymouth and to the harbor that shaped me and where I grew up.
Questions, Mr. Canty?
So first, are you a master mariner in your profession?
I am, yes. I'm also a master of towing upon oceans, so I've sailed around the world.
Okay. And is there anything that the Harbor Committee is currently doing that you'd want to make sure they keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
I think the harbor's done a great job. The harbor committee's done a really great job, specifically the harbor master. And someone mentioned earlier how much change that we've seen in the harbor in the last 10 years, the new docks, the work that's going on downtown right now, the dredging. So much of that has been done really well. I don't think I disagree with anything. I'd like to become more involved in it and learn more about it and get to know the members. Some of the members I already know, some of the members I grew up working with, and some of the members I've, like Chad specifically, I've worked with, and just get to know everyone a little bit better and understand some of the things that more on the waterfront side, like the Cherry's Bait property and things like that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Christopher Vandermeer.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Select Board members. To be honest, this is my first town meeting, and I was not prepared for this format. I would like to thank everyone who stood here ahead of me for giving me a crash course on how to conduct myself in front of this board. I came to this town 20 years ago and immediately knew where my home port would be. After graduating Maine Maritime Academy, I followed my girlfriend, now wife, to her hometown of Plymouth. One of my first stops was the harbor master office to get my name on that mooring list. Fast forward to today, and I'm raising my family every weekend on the waterfront, fishing, camping, sailing, and enjoying everything downtown Plymouth has to offer. Because Plymouth Harbor has given me such a great place to raise my family, I'd like to give back to our waterfront. My background brings over 20 years of experience, beginning working in boat shops and marinas in various harbors in Maine, to my extensive marine construction experience, which includes dredging Plymouth's inner harbor, and most recently the completion of the Sandy Neck sustainability project, which I finished on time and under budget. In closing, I would like to thank you for your time, and I want to add a positive outlook on how to preserve our waterfront, representing people from both the recreational side and commercial side. Obviously, public speaking, not my thing.
You did a great job.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, questions? Mr. Canty?
So are you a master mariner?
I'm a 69-ton master of towing, yes.
Okay, great. And is there anything that the Harbor Committee is currently doing that you'd like to make sure that they keep doing if you're appointed, or anything they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
So I've been a mooring holder for the past 12 years. I have 2 moorings now. I think in the last 5, the committee and the harbor master staff has taken things in a really good direction. I just want to be a part of that and keep them going in that direction. I have a lot of, I don't want to change anything, but I have a lot of ideas to bring to the table, and depending on the climate at the table, maybe help push them along. So that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, last we have Captain Whit Perry. Is Captain Perry here? No Captain Perry, is he online? No? Okay. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. This is another tough decision. We have 4 very qualified candidates here and 1 term to fill. So I will start with Mr. Cohen.
So we have James Dacinos for the 3-year term expiring
Okay.
June 30th.
Mr. Quintel,
Thomas Lundy.
Mr. Canty,
James Stassinos?
Mr. Golden,
Thomas Lundy.
and myself, Thomas Lundy. Okay, Mr. Lundy, you have been appointed to the Harbor Committee. Congratulations, and be sure to be sworn in by the town clerk on your way out. Thank you. Thank you all for applying. Okay, moving on to the Historic District Commission. Now, this is one where we have 2 applicants and we have 4 positions. We have 2 3-year terms and we have 2 3-year terms for alternates. Our 2 applicants are currently alternates, so I wanted to give them an opportunity to let us know if they wanted to, they were interested in any of the other positions for full participation, I guess you would say. Which is why I left it here rather than put it in administrative notes. So we'll start with Mr. Michael Lombard. Is Mr. Lombard here? No? Okay. I know that Mr. Votrain is here.
Good evening to the whole board. I know all of you, you know me, but I should say that I've been in town since 1973, raised a family, love this town. I'm a member of I'm the Precinct 4 Chair. I belong to the Plymouth Antiquarian Society. I'm on the board. I'm the treasurer. Was the chair of the Preservation Committee, and I said it's too much work. But I'm still on the Preservation Committee. So it's kind of related to the HDC. I'm also actually a reenactor with the New Plymouth Guard. Some of you have seen me, I think, with shooting the muskets, right? Okay. And yes, I'm interested in being on the board.
Would you be interested in the 3-year term for interested Plymouth residents?
Yes, I would be.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Questions? Mr. Canty?
Mr. Botrain, is there anything that the Historic District Commission is currently doing that you'd like to see them keep doing? Or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing if you were to be appointed to any of these, reappointed or appointed?
Actually, not really, except I do think we have a nice mix of people. It's a very interesting committee. You know, it's like you got a person who does construction. You've got an architect. You've got people like me that like old houses. My house is 1884. So, no, I don't see that any changes are necessary. We're very democratic in our voting. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion to appoint Mr. Botrain to the 3-year term for interested Plymouth residents and Mr. Lombard to the alternate position?
Move them.
Okay,
Second.
second, okay. Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Congratulations to Mr. Botrain. Make sure you get you sworn in. And we'll let Mr. Lombard know that he was appointed and needs to be sworn in. Okay, we're on to the Vs now. Visitor Service Board. We have 1 3-year term for a citizen at large, and we have 1 3-year term for someone in retail. And we have 3 applicants. So we'll start with Daniel Contrino, who is applying for reappointment as the retail participant.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. I loved my time on the Business Service Board. I take the services, part extremely seriously. On the board, we really focus on the visitors. We focus on marketing Plymouth itself, and we really try and educate everyone, every applicant as they come before us. We try and guide them, help them kind of perfect their product. I just celebrated last month 18 years owning my business on Court Street, and I'm there 5 to 7 days a week, listening to people come in, telling me about the experiences in Plymouth, a lot of them underwritten by the VSB. So I love being a part of that, but I really do take the service part very seriously. I've been in retail my entire life since I was 13 and I'm 50. I've lived in Plymouth longer than I grew up in Kingston, and I really consider it my town, and I love bringing people here. I'm proud of it, and I'd love to be reappointed again to the VSB. It's a wonderful board. We do a lot of good work.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Mr. Canty?
Thank you. Mr. Contrino, if you were to be reappointed, is there anything that the Visitors Service Board is currently doing that you'd like to make sure that they keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing in their next term?
Part of our charter is supporting the visitor center that See Plymouth manages, and we've been really trying to enlarge that. Again, going back to servicing visitors, we're sort of lacking in facilities, bathrooms, washrooms, for visitors in Plymouth. So that's something that is always on our mind there. But also just like to say, I'd love to see more people coming before us. This was the DEE and Mr. Gould with the Dark Orchard Trails. I think that was one of the most wonderful things, we helped fund because there were visitors with extra needs that we really, need to pull in here to Plymouth. We had some talk today at the meeting about the word luxury came up a lot, but I love trying to attract you know, regular people. And I think people with extra needs are kind of marginalized. So that was something wonderful that was done. I'd like to see more of that happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Kimberly, oh, did you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry.
Say something. As the board's liaison on the VSB, I would just like to say Daniel's a definite key player and brings a lot to the table.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, Kimberly Kevel or Kevel? No, is she online? No. Okay, Everett Malaguti, I know you're here.
Thank you, Everett Malaguti, current vice chair of the VSB and a 14-year former town meeting member from precincts 1 and 2. I enjoy being on the Visitor Services Board. I was interested in it even before I was even on it because I wanted to know exactly what was actually going on with not just the tourism aspect, but seeing how the town interacted with how the industry was actually developing and developing new initiatives within it. I have been a member of it for probably, I'd say, the past maybe 8 years. I'm a little lax on the actual terms I've been on it, but I've seen the committee grow since I've been on it. We have had, like a lot of committees do, we've had periods of turnover and dysfunctionality every once in a while, different aspects of what people wanted, but I think we've branded our committee in a new light and actually have been a lot more cohesive than we've ever been since I've been attending meetings before I've even been on the board. And we've actually done a lot more to actually promote not just the town for visitors of all aspects, but have been able to look at the future for Plymouth and make Plymouth an actual destination, not just for the traditional types of tourism, but for new avenues of tourism. We've looked at with the town when we've initiated the cruise industry coming in here. We've also looked at different marketing aspects. We're still continuing to broaden the ranges of tourism to not just domestic markets, but international markets as well too. And we've had a lot of help, not just with our former liaisons from C. Plymouth, Lee Filson, but also Kiko Oral, who is now the new director of C. Plymouth. They've been both strategic partnerships, not just in the local but state level, for us to gain not just the financial aspects, but also create the marketing that's needed to bring our #1 economy into a new light, into a new age.
Great, thank you, Mr. Malaguti. Questions? Mr. Canty?
Mr. Malaguti, beyond your statements, is there anything that the VSB is currently doing that you'd like to see, make sure they keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you want to make sure they start doing in your next term if you were to be reappointed?
Yes, I'd like to continue. We actually had a little bit of a meeting today. I'd like to see us branch more into alternatives for tourism. I know that we usually have the traditional tourism of the Mayflower, the rock plantation, stuff like that, but I think we have become a lot more evolved in that it's not just looking at the past history first, but looking at the new interpretive ways of history first through a dining destination, a getaway destination, wedding destination, also looking at it as an alternative destination that's off the beaten path with certain places. We were talking tonight with one of our applicants for grant funding that they are doing a new sort of art exhibit in the local scene, which is not the traditional place that you would see tourism, which is usually the downtown waterfront area, but this is off the beaten path in the North Plymouth, West Plymouth area. And I think recreating aspects like that for the community, not just enliven the actual people that live here, but it's a new way to market ourselves, saying, well, you can enjoy the traditional aspects, but we want to draw markets that people want, not the traditional. They want to have something new for them to look at, something that's not the actual mundane that they usually aspect. And I think that's where a lot of the tourism is going nowadays, that they love the regular, but they want to have experiences that are off the beaten path, first of a kind experiences for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, bring it back to the board. This time I think I'm starting it with Mr. Golden. We have two appointments to make here.
Could I make a motion that we appoint Daniel Cortino to the retail term and Everett Malaguti to the citizen at large term?
Okay, discussion? Okay, Mr. Golden,
Yes.
Mr. Canty,
Yes.
Mr. Quintel,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Congratulations, Mr. Contrino and Mr. Malaguti. You've been reappointed. Make sure that you are sworn in before you leave. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Okay, so here we have 2 3-year terms, and then we have 1 3-year term for an associate member, and we have 3 applicants. I think we should hear from each of the 3 applicants and then decide who would be a full term and who would be an alternate. Does that make sense in this case? Okay, great. So we'll start with Peter Connor.
Always easier when the crowd thins out. Good evening. Thank you for considering me. As many of you know, I was on the board for many, many years, many of those years as the chairman. And I think Mr. Cohen knows that because no one else wanted to be the chairman, not necessarily because they wanted me. And then when we sold our business, I decided it was time to take a little time off until I eventually was contacted and said, can you come back as an alternate? We don't have enough people applying, which has been often the case with the zoning board. So I'm back on as an alternate, and then 3 years ago, you folks appointed me to the permanent position of which I'm back at now. I think I'd like to continue that one more shot here if everything's, you're willing to do such a thing. It's like you, it's not an easy board. It's very difficult because a lot of people always leave unhappy with the decision, but it's been a good group because they've been very good at setting their own personal feelings aside and dealing with the zoning bylaw of the town of Plymouth, which many folks that come to the meetings don't fully understand that that's the case. So if we were to do anything back a little different way we used to do it, or I used to do it, I think there'd just be a little better explanation at the beginning of the meeting that it is a quasi hearing that we hold, and it's not just a free-for-all for public comment, so it's tough, but we understand. Often we agree with most of the folks in the audience, but we have to kind of try and set that apart, so that's it.
Okay, thank you. Questions? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, Alan Costello, welcome back.
Good evening again. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. Alan Costello, 41 Huntington Road. I'm here before you this evening, second time in hopes of getting your support to be one of the newer members or the newest member of the Zoning Board of Appeals. I've been a town meeting member for 12 plus years, and I really enjoy it. I think I concentrate on a lot of the articles. I ask questions, and to be truthful, I hadn't really seen myself in the planning and zoning side of town government. But someone has reminded me in the last couple of weeks that everything we've done over the last 12 years of town meeting, there's some element of that. So they felt comfortable and encouraged me to go forward with the appointment process here. I do hold a Massachusetts construction supervisor's license. As I said earlier, and not to repeat myself to bother you, but my business of over 35 years was in the tower telecommunications construction business. So
I dealt with plans, site plans, permits, inspections, the realm of what I'll probably see the other side of as a zoning board a member. So I have some familiarity with the process. So at this time, I would just like to ask for your support. I know there might be a hint of concern that taking on two key roles in the town government. I've thought it through. I've talked to my family about it, talked to past and present members of the board, and they've assured me, of the zoning board, existing zoning board, they've assured me that the workload is, can be great, but I should be able to handle it, and I would pledge that I wouldn't let this board down or the residents of Plymouth if I'm lucky enough to be appointed for one of these positions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Canty.
Mr. Costello, if you were to be appointed, is there anything that the ZBA is currently doing that you'd like to make sure they keep doing, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
Well, I have been paying attention over the last several years. The ZBA, tend to watch them on television. I got to give them good credit on what they are doing. I know that they are, not their hands are tied, but they have laws and bylaws and other state laws and land use laws that they have to adhere to. So I think they do a good job day to day with their, or week to week, I should say, with their agenda. But I am gonna, just to find the slightest area where I think there could be improvement, and I think Mr. Connor touched on it, is I think you have got to work better with the applicants and the residents that come in looking for either relief for a variance or look for a permit, and to the best of your ability, work with the resident and the taxpayer so that you can try to get to a very good outcome for everyone involved. So that would be my only slight suggestion.
Thank you.
All set? Thank you.
And then we have Dr. Srini McCundon.
Thank you for hearing my application this evening. I think several of you know me, but I'd like to just say, what sense is it to put a physician scientist on a zoning board? And it's not necessarily the wheelhouse one might think. But in my prior life, I had 20 years of executive experience at Mass General Brigham and then afterward, and was involved with several large building projects, including a $500 million joint research and clinical building for the neurosciences and a $12 million MRI research center, where we were involved with everything from zoning, permitting, design, construction. In addition, I've helped bring several advanced instruments to New England, including the first 7 Tesla human MRI scanner, the first neonatal MRI scanner. All of these things had to get through FDA, through the Department of Public Health here in Massachusetts. I'm very comfortable working through all the regulatory compliance issues, which led to my second career as a medical director of a startup drug company, where we, again, had to deal with a lot of government oversight and regulations. And I would say that as a clinician, I actually learned 2 things that I think are very, very important for this committee. And I was a radiologist. And contrary to public opinion about radiologists, images are not black and white. They're shades of gray. And I've spent a career parsing shades of gray, passing judgment, trying to determine what's going on with the patient. And half of that comes with actually looking at the history and what the patient tells you to figure out what the solution is. The second part of that is, unlike surgeons who bury their mistakes, everything that I've ever done is available for review by peers, by lawyers, by whoever. And so we have to learn how to pass judgment but understand that you might withhold, you might sustain scrutiny on the backside, which I think is very critical to this committee. And I think that's where I'd like to stop.
Great analogies.
Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Canting?
I sense some animosity towards surgeons, but I'll avoid that. So is there anything that the ZBA is currently doing that you'd like to make sure that they keep doing if you were to be appointed, or anything that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
Yeah, I'd like to see them start by changing their name to French. So it would be the Committee de Zonage, and we could go earlier in the evening for our committee appointments. But a serious answer, Mr. Canty, is that I did have occasion to attend several meetings over the last year, albeit very complicated issues. And I think that we've heard several people for several positions talk about the importance of allowing everybody in the room to speak. I think the corollary to that is the committee members must learn how to listen and listen actively. And I think that what will result there is actually what Mr. Connor alluded to, is that it will give you the opportunity to intervene in a satisfactory manner. It may be education. It may be trying to come up with an alternative solution. And so I think that we owe that to our constituents to find the best solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll take it back to the board. We have 2 full terms to appoint, and we have 1 associate member to appoint. So, I'm sorry. Yes, Thomas Wallace and William Yeomans have withdrawn their applications, so we have 3. Sorry, I thought everybody got that information. I apologize. Apologize for that. Okay, so we have 3 applicants. We have the 3 positions, 2 full, 1 associate member. Mr. Cohen, I'll start with you.
Dr. Sarian Mokontian for the a 3-year term. Alan Costello for the 3-year term. And Peter Connors for the remaining term.
For the associate term?
Yes.
Is the associate member. Okay, Mr. Quintel.
Doctor, the 3-year term. The associate member, that's a non-voting member? Well, an alternate.
It's like
Or an alternate,
It's an
yeah.
alternate, yeah.
We have the doctor and Peter Connor for the 2 3-year terms, and Alan Costello as the associate member.
Okay, Mr. Canty.
Dr. Mukundan for the, and Alan Costello for the 2 3-year terms, and Peter Connor for the associate member.
Okay, Mr. Golden.
I'll vote for Peter Connor for the full 3-year term, Alan Costello for the full 3-year term, and Dr. Mukundan for the alternate position.
Okay, and I will vote for Alan Costello for the full 3-year term, Dr. Mukundan for the full 3-year term, and Mr. Connor for the associate term. So, Mr. Costello and Dr. Mukundan, you've been appointed to the 2 full-year terms, and Mr. Connor, you have been appointed to the associate member term. So congratulations to everybody, and make sure that you get sworn in on your way out. All right, finally, we are looping back to the Cs. We'll make our appointments to the Conservation Commission. We have 2 3-year terms, and we have 4 applicants. Lucia McLaughlin has withdrawn her application. So we'll start with Jamie Carpenter. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm looking to be reappointed for this will be my third term on the Conservation Commission. Born and raised in Plymouth. I've been on the Harbor Committee for around 25 years. I grew up basically on the water down there, spent a lot of time. Currently have a oyster lease out there and a small commercial fishing boat that we fish on weekends. Professionally, I've been a contractor my whole life. I hold a construction supervisor's license, septic installer's license, primarily do just excavation at this point in time. So I have a pretty good handle on how to read plans, and that's boots on the ground, and that's how I make my living. So I can understand most things that come through, in front of us. I think I offer the construction aspect of it is a big part of a lot of the things that come in front of us. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Questions, Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Is there anything in particular that the Concom is currently doing that you want to make sure they keep doing if you were to be reappointed, or anything they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing in your next term?
I think it's very important that we stay fair with people when they come in front of us. Everything's not black and white. So I think that's very important.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, Love Albrecht Howard.
Madam Chair, members of the Select Board, and ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am Love Albrecht Howard, 735 Long Pond Road, Precinct 16. Though I am born and raised on the South Shore, I'm not a native Plymouthian. My husband and I are happy to have chosen America's hometown as our adopted hometown. And this is our 20th year in Plymouth, and we're really both very delighted to be here. When I appeared before you last month, you all heard about my background in horticulture, biology, construction, and the nature of nature, as well as my experience working many projects throughout Eastern Massachusetts that were under conservation jurisdiction over the past 30+ years. I spoke of the tremendous value of our wetlands and bodies of water, their crucial role in the health of our environment, as well as the beauty and recreational benefits that they give to us all. I shared that I have a deep appreciation for our natural environment. This was much schooled by my early years as a tomboy, and much to my very ladylike mother's chagrin, I truly enjoyed traipsing through the muck and the ooze and the skunk cabbages of the 3 swamps that flanked my childhood home. I fished and frogged in the streams, climbed trees at apple harvest, and experienced a total eclipse in 5th grade, and so much more. So to me, nature has always been my playground. Nature to me is magic. It's a balm. It is home, but nature is also under attack. The role of conservation is to help make that assault a little less bad. I know we absolutely can live with nature and not destroy it. That's how I was raised, and that's how I've operated my business, my design build company, for over 3 decades. Bringing a collaborative spirit to the table and employing creative and multi-pronged thinking to potential solutions, that's what conservation does, so that we can still enjoy what we impose on the natural landscape, but that nature too can persist. That's the ultimate goal. I'm currently serving on the Earth Removal Bylaw Committee. We are a terrific committee, if I say so myself. And for several years, I've been helping Sustainable Plymouth. I authored the booklet on invasive plants, The Dirty Dozen of Plymouth. And I worked with Andrea Dickinson on the Your Yard brochure, which is all over Plymouth and getting great kudos. We're also working on a new pollinator garden at the entrance to Crawley Woodlands. And I volunteer in the New Swap area. And if you haven't been there yet, I really encourage you to take a few minutes on a Saturday morning and go down and check it out. It's really awesome, and a shout out to Sustainable Plymouth and Ken Stone for setting that up. Did you know what the first conservation edict was? I was inspired by Charles talking about the past and history. The first conservation edict was right here, and it was Miles Standish, and I want to say the year was 1626, but I couldn't find verification of that, to allow 1 acre of forest standing for every 5 acres that was cut, because everything was being clear cut. So that was the first conservation edict here in the New World. The first plant that was conserved in the New World was also an edict by Miles Standish, and it is our darling little Mayflower, Epigea repens, because it was being greatly overcollected, and it grows very slowly. So that was the first plant to be conserved here in the New World. The charge to any town's conservation commission is to help how we can, so that we humans can coexist well within the elements of nature that are outside of our doors. I'd greatly appreciate the opportunity to be a part of that aspiration and to contribute to the realization of that goal. With that, I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Canty?
Questions? No?
Yes. If you were to be appointed, Ms. Howard, is there anything that Concom is currently doing that you want to make sure they keep doing? Or anything in particular that they're not doing that you'd want to make sure that they start doing?
As I mentioned at the end of May, one of the things that's really lovely about our Conservation Commission is that it's very welcoming. There are other conservation commissions on the South Shore, which a couple of my engineers and one of my wetland scientists have refused to work with because it's so adversarial. They attack the second that you walk in. That's not what the role of the conservation is. So I like it that it's a very friendly, open, and honest collaboration with the people who come in with their RDAs and notice of intents and questions. In terms of doing things differently, just making sure that we collaborate to the best of our ability to protect both homeowners' interests and the interests of nature and our environment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joanne Mogilnicki. Joanne, no? Is she online?
Good evening. Can you
there
hear
she is.
me?
There she is. Yes, yes, you are here. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is Joanne Mogilnicki, and I live in Precinct 8. I'm fairly new to Plymouth, having moved here from Marion, Mass., another lovely place to live. But I like Plymouth better. My first summer here, I worked the night shift at Long Beach, and since that experience, watching sunrise over the bay is part of my job, I discovered that Plymouth is home to many and diverse range of beautiful spaces and places. The diversity of ecosystems here in this town, from wetlands to ponds and coastal environments and forests and uplands, it requires stewardship and protection, particularly as right now the town is experiencing exponential growth. I think both things are possible. As someone who hikes, camps, collects rocks, and gardens with native plants and pollinators, I believe strongly in the mission to care for and conserve Plymouth's natural environment and resources. As an art educator, I'm not a scientist or an expert in wetlands law. However, I do bring a varied and eclectic skill set, a keen interest in landscape ecology, along with a willingness to take the MACC course, and more if they're offered. Let's see, where am I now? So I know I've spoken to you before, so you've heard me, and I thank you for the opportunity to have me here again. I would like to give back to the town of Plymouth that I've been living here for 5 years and I really love living here, and I would like to see it retain its character, its beauty, while also continuing to grow and develop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Mr. Canty?
Ms. Mogulnicki, if you were to be appointed to Concom, is there anything in particular that they are currently doing that you'd want to make sure they keep doing, or anything in particular that they're not doing that you'd like to see them start doing?
I think, as Mr. Carpenter mentioned, I think having an egalitarian approach to the applicants and working with residents and business owners and continuing what they're doing with following wetlands, the Wetlands Act and other bylaws. I would obviously be the newbie, so I'd be learning and listening and offering whatever I had to offer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? No, okay. Hampton Watkins. Is Hampton online? I think I see him up there.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, and members of the Select Board. I'm Hampton Watkins. I'm a resident of Precinct 15. I've had property that I enjoyed during the summer in Plymouth for the past 20 years, and before that was a rental visitor for another 20 years. I chair LUAC. I have been involved with the Earth Removal Bylaw Committee as a member, and I am seeking this position as much for my interest in the environment as for my grandchildren, who are also all 4 residents of Plymouth. I am a member of the Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissioners, or commissions, and I want to thank Madam Chairlady for giving me the indulgence of being able to attend the first of the courses, Fundamentals 101, this evening. I intend to complete the MACC certification during the next year, probably sooner if I can fit all of the courses in. I learned this evening that many conservations around Massachusetts, conservation commissions around Massachusetts, combine the work that we have spread amongst LUAC, Open Space Committee, and the Conservation Commission. So I think in that regard, we are well ahead of many other towns, and I think that we should be pleased that we've got so much engagement where some of the smaller towns may just have 3 or 5 commissioners, and all of the work falls to them. So with that, I would be happy to take any questions, and I look forward to working with you in all of my capacities in the coming year.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Watkins. Questions, Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. If you were to be appointed, is there anything in particular that Concom is doing that you want to make sure that they still do? Or anything in particular that they're not currently doing that you would want to see them start doing?
As I indicated when I appeared before you in May, I think that one of the things in particular that I'd like to see more of coming from the Conservation Commission is outreach to the citizenry in the form of educational programs. That was something that in fact was emphasized today. And I've also been concerned about our freshwater ponds, of which we are blessed with an abundance. I believe we're over 80 great ponds in Plymouth, and making sure that they remain an important and vibrant part of the landscape. I think that some of our ponds with climate change are experiencing some stress. So I think making sure that we do a good job at keeping them clean and swimmable and enjoyable by the populace. Those are two things that I'd like to focus effort and attention on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Again, we have a tough decision here. We have 4 excellent applicants and only 2 positions to fill. I will start with Mr. Golden.
I vote for Jamie Carpenter and Hampton Watkins.
Okay, Mr. Canty.
We'll also vote for James Carpenter and Hampton Watkins.
Okay, Mr. Quinton.
Jamie Carpenter and Love Archibald Howard.
Love Howard. Is that okay? Okay, Mr. Cohen.
Love Howard and Hampton Watkins.
Okay, and myself, I will vote for Jamie Carpenter and Hampton Watkins. So congratulations to Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Watkins. You are reappointed and/or appointed to the Conservation Commission. And Jamie, if you could be sure to be sworn in before you leave here, and Hampton, if you can be sworn in, come down to be sworn in within 30 days, that would be great. Thank you all. Okay, we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess while people exit the room. Recess was down. Okay, folks, we're back. Back in action. Just a quick announcement for those of you who might have not been here in person and did not have an opportunity to be sworn in. The town manager will not be in town. The town clerk will not be, sorry, it's getting really late now. The town clerk will not be in the office tomorrow morning, so wait until the afternoon to come down to be sworn in. Okay, we are moving on to select board liaison. She might still be here. Hope not. Come on down now. Okay. So we're going to go through our list of select board liaison assignments. We've got a number of them here, and I'm going to just take them one at a time. We currently have either a select board member or a designee assigned to each of them. So I'm just going to confirm appointments and just ask if there's anyone else interested in throwing their hat in the ring for any of these. So we're going to start at the top with Affordable Housing Trust. So, Mr. Cohen, you are currently the select board member to the trust. Is that something you want to keep? Okay. I am on the Capital Improvements Committee, which I would like to keep unless someone wants to arm wrestle me for that. No? Okay. I will keep that. Mr. Quintal, you are on the Cemetery Commission. You want to keep that?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay. Mr. Golden, you are currently on the Center for Active Living Advisory Board. What's your pleasure with that?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend those meetings anymore. The group meets at about 9 a.m. on Thursdays, and unfortunately, I've had some shifting priorities in work, and I'm not able to continue on with them.
Okay, okay. I'd be interested in picking that up unless somebody else was interested in it. No? Okay. I will add myself to that list. Community Preservation Committee. Mr. Cohen, you are currently on that committee.
Yes. Yes.
You'd like to keep it, or anyone else?
Madam Chair, I'd be interested in serving on the Community Preservation Committee if my colleagues so choose.
Okay, so we have Mr. Cohen and Mr. Golden, both interested in serving on the Community Preservation Committee. So in this case, do we vote? Is that what we do? Okay. All right, I will ask for the vote. Mr. Cohen?
Yes, for myself to remain on the Community Preservation Committee.
Remain in the committee, okay. Mr. Quintal?
Bill?
Mr. Canty?
Bill Cohen.
Okay. Mr. Golden?
Dave Golden.
Okay. And myself, Mr. Cohen, I know you and I have had a couple of discussions about this, and I think that you're doing an amazing job on the Community Preservation Committee. Totally respect that. My only concern or thought was to provide more independence for each of those committees and have some sort of a firewall in between the two committees, as one is applying for funds from another and the other is granting funds to the other. So, and I'm talking about a firewall between community preservation and Affordable Housing Trust. So my vote would be for David Golden, but it is 3-2, and you will remain on the Community Preservation Committee, but we will need to address that need for a brighter line between the two committees so that they do operate independently. Mr. Canty.
I don't understand that rationale. Mr. Cohen serves as our appointee to the Affordable Housing Trust. He serves as our appointee to the Community Preservation Committee. When he's serving in that role, he is advancing the town's interests as it relates to affordable housing. If the Affordable Housing Trust does apply to the CPC, which it does not always, but if it does, it would still be advancing the community's need for affordable housing. So I think that personally, the belief that a firewall, as it's being called, needs to be in place is misplaced. I think that there is no issue with that we have many boards and committees within the community where stakeholders in different roles serve on various boards and committees that they have business and interests in front of, such as the building committee, which oversees all buildings in the community, has members of the school committee, members of other entities within the community that have buildings that are supervised by them. We have, that is just one of many other examples where there are stakeholders with interests and experience that serve in a capacity. I think Mr. Cohen's placement on both of those boards and provides cross-pollination that allows the more equitable and efficient deployment of limited affordable housing resources. And I think that the current system is working and should be maintained.
Well, it will be maintained based on the vote, and I appreciate your opinion. There has been some discussion about maintaining independence between the two boards. So we'll continue to look at that and monitor it as we go forward. But congratulations, Mr. Cohen, you are on the CPC. Okay, the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan, I have been serving on that. That was a recent assignment, and I would be happy to continue with that unless someone else would like it. Nope, okay. The Distinguished Visitors Committee, Mr. Canty?
I am on board with keeping it.
Okay. GATRA Advisory Board, we have a liaison in Lindsay Reek. I'm assuming that Lindsay will remain in that role. We can confirm that with her. Harbor Committee, Mr. Quintal.
Yes.
The Insurance Advisory, Mr. Quintal.
Yes.
Okay. The Little Red Schoolhouse Committee, Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
Okay. The Master Plan Committee, Mr. Canty, is that still active?
Yes, it's going to be shifting purposes from the creation of what is now the comprehensive plan to its implementation. But I would like to continue serving on that committee as it metamorphosizes into its butterfly form.
Okay. The MBTA Advisory Board, Lauren Lind is the liaison there, assuming she would like to keep that. Metropolitan Planning Organization, James Downey. Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel, Mr. Canty.
I am willing to continue serving in that role.
Okay. No Place for Hate, we'll have to change that to Plymouth for All. Mr. Cohen, you are the liaison for that?
Yes.
Okay. Old Colony Elder Services, we have Cheryl Jones, who is our liaison for that. The Old Colony Joint Transportation Committee, Rich Bossy, I'm assuming that he would want to continue in that role. We can confirm that. The Old Colony Planning Council, Lauren Lind and Michael Silvera are our appointees for that. Plymouth County Advisory Board, Mr. Quintal, that's you. Is that what you'd like to keep that? Okay. The Plymouth Regional Economic Development, Leanna Patton had been our designee. She's now moved into another seat on that board, and I will be taking the select board seat, given the focus that we have on economic development in the town. I think it's very important that we strengthen our relationship with the foundation so that we can work together on helping to meet the town's priorities around economic development. We have the Roads Advisory Committee. Mr. Cohen, you have served on that. You want to continue with that?
I have been serving on it, but if there's anyone that's interested, I've only been to one meeting. So I don't, if there's someone that's interested, I'll continue doing it if there's anyone else that's not interested.
Okay, does anyone have interest in that? No? Okay. See Plymouth, I'm currently the liaison for that. I'm happy to continue that unless someone else would like to take that seat. No? Okay. The Senior Task Force Committee, Cheryl Jones is our designee. South Shore Community Action Council, I am currently the designee for that. I would like to find another person to appoint to that council. Is there anyone on the board that might be interested in stepping into that? Okay, Mr. Brindisi, maybe we can talk about how, if we can appoint someone else outside of the select board
Designate.
to as
You
a
can.
designee.
We can.
We can, okay,
That has been previously explored, and we can do that. Other
okay,
select boards that have positions on that appoint designees
Okay.
rather than their members.
okay, then we'll look into doing that. And the local scene, our liaison is is Gary Maestas. So he's our select board liaison. I've since been appointed as a board member to the local scene, so I'm also serving on that, but not as a select board liaison. And then the wastewater, groundwater discharge citizen advisory committee. Mr. Golden, you are currently on that. You want to keep that?
Yep.
Okay, great, awesome. Excellent. Okay, so I think we have a number of folks here who have to be sworn in. The town clerk is asked to do that now so that she can move on.
This will save you a trip to my office. So what I'll do is I'll have you raise your right hand and I'll do the oath and you name the committees that you were just named to. So raise your right hand. Do you affirm you have upheld the duties and responsibilities to the above-named committees that you were named members of, according to the best of your knowledge and ability, the bylaws and charter for the town of Plymouth, the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the Constitution of the United States?
I do.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the town manager's report. Mr. Brindisi?
Okay, so I'm gonna go to Jaden in just one second, but I'm gonna cue this up a little bit. So as you all know, the Department of Health and Human Services has been issuing mini grants over the past 2 years. This is gonna be the third year that they issue another round of mini grants to really combat the effects of opioid use and misuse. The goal is to really try to prevent fatal and non-fatal overdoses. And so next Thursday, June 25th, at 10 a.m. at the Mayflower Society, we will host the third annual Arise event, where we will announce the newest round of grant recipients. And as I reported in the past, the work that Commissioner Brady has been doing has been recognized at the state level as cutting edge. And so I just want to go to the most recent PSA that's really a challenge to the community. That's the focus this year, challenging the community on this very issue. So go ahead, Jade.
Millions of families are impacted by addiction every single day. Behind every statistic, family, coworker, a friend, a child. We're inviting our community to stand together. This challenge is designed to start conversations that people are often too afraid to have. This is not about perfection. It's about participation. A movement rooted in hope, recovery, and human connection. Because the more we talk about addiction, the less people feel alone. And the more people feel support, the more lives we can save. Stand with us and take the challenge.
So again, Michelle and her team have done an amazing job, again, receiving statewide attention to this work. So we'll learn more next week what this challenge really is. So stay tuned. Those of you that are able to, I would hope that you could attend. It's invitation-only event next Thursday at the Mayflower Society. And so moving on, staying downtown, those of you that had a chance to get out and about downtown, there was a lot of buzz happening today
in and around the streets off of Court Street. Because as many of you know, we had a movie set that was taking place. It is a sequel to a Amazon Prime series called The Summer I Turned Pretty. So it really speaks to, I would say, the attention that the town of Plymouth has received from Hollywood over the last 3 years. So, I've been here about 4.5 years now, and this is at least the third movie set in the last 3 years that we've been exposed to. Last year, folks from Hollywood came in to film the Anthony Bourdain documentary here in Plymouth. So again, we will continue to, work with our state partners and try to encourage and see Plymouth to encourage more of movie producers to come here and recognize that, Plymouth can be a destination for Hollywood and others. So more to come on that. Moving to Long Beach, though, this is more of a PSA. So as we all know, piping plovers have been living on Long Beach for decades now. We have a Long Beach management plan that protects piping plovers. But unfortunately, folks continue to use that space in such a way that has threatened these birds. And so just this past weekend, we lost 3 chicks to what they think was flat tire bicycles that are used commonly on sand. So we will be working with David Gould, who's our Director of Energy and Environment. We would expect that after working with state officials that there will be some type of regulations around flat tire bicycles and e-bikes. So more to come on that because these types of bicycles are starting to threaten some of our most endangered species. So more to come on that. I had a chance to visit the Full Sail this past weekend. And so when you drive by there's not a lot happening right now. And so there's a reason for that. So Lawrence Lynch is the contractor that's going to be working on this. But as you know, Lawrence Lynch has been doing a lot of work here in town. They recently completed the sidewalks down at the wharf. Starting tomorrow, they will move to Spooner Alley. We're expecting that project to take probably about 2 weeks, starting tomorrow. And then once that is complete, then they will move to the Full Sail. So taking a little bit longer than we expected, but once they get there, we would expect that their project will take probably 2 to 3 weeks tops. Once that project is complete, as far as the improvements to the Full Sail on Taylor Ave, we will then be able to open up the parking lot that's associated with the Full Sail acquisition, which is on St. Charles Ave. So I know we've been getting phone calls regarding that parking lot space. We have advertised that we want to use that for public beach access this summer. We'll get there. It's just taking a little bit longer than we expected. And then I also say that, half-day summer camp will begin on June 29th down at Hedges Pond Recreation Area. And so that's already full, as you can imagine. And we've seen a growing demand for parents to have the need for summer camps. So although we have a half-day camp, and historically it's all we've had, we will be working with the Recreation Director and the Commissioner of Health and Human Services for next year to try to see if we can implement a full-day camp over in that space as well. So we've recognized the demand, and we're going to try to meet that demand sooner rather than later. Another good story to tell is that, as I reported in the past, Federal Furnace, that project was a mill and overlay. Again, it's a 4-mile stretch, and that was completed in just 2 weeks. So that work is complete. We got some striping that has to take place, but that was a $1.5 million project. So a major project. It's going to allow us to mill and overlay, parts of Samoset and Carver moving next. And we've also received some calls about Long Pond Road and the traffic there. And although there aren't any major designs taking place on Long Pond Road, as we look to mill and overlay Long Pond Road, hopefully the end of the summer, we will be looking at some restriping of Long Pond Road. And if possible, if we're able to restripe it, we do think it may be able to mitigate some of the traffic congestion. So the DPW director and his engineering team are looking at that right now to try to alleviate some of the stress on Long Pond Road. And then I would just report that those of you that are tracking what's going on with the ZBA, last night they approved the permit for the Costco gas station located at 360 Cherry Street. So that is a major step forward in some of our economic development endeavors. Town meeting had approved to rezone that area of town just a year ago in hopes that Costco would come here. So we're hoping that that does come to fruition given the ZBA approval last night. And last, I will end with last Thursday, the town held an employee appreciation luncheon at the town hall, at the Cal, and at the DPW and in the library. And thank you to Mr. Quinto for donating your time, your staff's time, and the food to recognize all of our employees and the work that they do each and every day for this community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for the town manager? No? Okay. Let's move on to select board discussion, new business. Any new business? Old business? Something?
I'm sorry, we're moving past from new business and old business. We're back to new business, so.
We can go any way you want.
Okay. So under new business, I was interested in making sure that that we get on the agenda at the soonest possible, the earliest possible time, the shallow pond possible consideration for acceptance of roads for an article for fall town meeting. I'd like to see that done at the earliest possible time. I think, I don't know what the schedule looks like, but I think that this has been brought up a number of times, so I'd like to see that on the nearest. I think next week would be, if we have room. I think that this is something that really needs our attention. For a town meeting approval of an article for fall town meeting.
So next week we have we're on the road at Cedarville.
Okay.
So I thought when we discussed this last week, we were looking at June 30th, we're doing the roads acceptance policy, and we said that after that meeting, we would get the shallow ponds folks on the agenda to discuss. That's what I remember we discussed. Is that right? Yeah.
So, I'll agree, that's fine. But I don't want to, I think it's important to note that Shallow Pond has been going through this process of getting the roads accepted for some time now. I don't want to feel as if this policy is going to be retroactively imposed upon them. I just feel as if, time is of the essence. We've been talking about this since last fall. So the 30th will do, but I just wanted to make sure that that was in the pipeline.
Totally. I mean, I think we're all in violent agreement that we want to get that on the agenda and discuss it, but I thought, unless I'm mistaken, that we had talked about the sequencing, so I would be looking at a July 7th date for that.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to, under new business, when people contact the town and are looking for a document, obviously, there's the Freedom of Information Act, and people have to fill out paperwork for these documents. But I did hear from somebody that was looking for the memo of understanding that we had with the Landis Farm Road property that we voted on last week. Someone contacted looking for it and said that they were going to have to submit some forms and wait 30 days. I think that we should be a little bit more energetic in terms of having documents available for the residents and not making them wait 30 days. I understand if you have to go to archives and spend some time looking for something, but something that we just voted on, I think we need to be a little bit more attentive to getting it in front of the requested parties as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. And the MOU will be available tomorrow. So just in terms of timing, and we can look into the timing for fulfilling requests for sure. Okay, Mr. Golden, I'm sorry. I
No, it's
skipped
okay.
over you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Mr. Cohen's point about the shallow ponds request, I've had the pleasure of meeting with some of the folks in that neighborhood, and I'm interested to see this move forward as well. However, that being said, I think we ought to wait until the warrant itself opens. Just from a housekeeping perspective, I think adding things to a warrant that's not even open yet is very messy. And I don't know if the town manager and his staff would agree with that, but I believe we're opening late July.
Right. Late July, and I believe it closes August 12th or 14th.
So regardless of when we entertain the actual motion, it's not going to town meeting until October. So I would prefer that we wait until the warrant itself opens.
Mr. Quintel?
Yeah, just want to echo my colleagues that I definitely support getting it on there and getting it to town meeting.
Okay. Okay. Any other new business? Old business? Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I met with the town manager, the finance director, and the DPW director yesterday. It feels like that was a month ago, to discuss the ongoing traffic issues in Cedarville. I don't have good news at this point in time. After talking with through the timeline with the DPW director, it seems like we're much further away than we have even spoke about in our last meeting. It sounds like we're actually 10 years away from project completion, not 8 years. So I was brainstorming with the staff as to how we might be able to skin this cat without waiting that long. So I'm going to circulate a memo to my colleagues. I'm hoping for next week. What I'm going to be asking is that we consider the establishment of a stabilization account for traffic mitigation in town, and that over the course of four October town meeting cycle, we consider putting some money into that. The rationale behind that is that if we bring money to the table, the state is potentially willing to move us up in the TIP process. And so I'll share more details as we get closer, but I just wanted to give the heads up and ask that we also entertain that after the warrant opens.
Great. Thank you for pursuing that too. And we'll be in Cedarville next week, so you can share that news with them
I
there.
anticipate they will have questions about
I
it.
think they might have one or two. Okay. All right. And yes, Mr. Cohen.
Just one final thing under, I have asked that we put a presentation together by staff to this board about executive session and how executive session works, and when it comes in, I'd like to see that eventually on the schedule. I mentioned it before. I know we're working on a 61 process internally as a town. We talked about it at our last meeting, but I do want to revisit that at the earliest convenience. And I also feel that there was some comments tonight about the code of conduct policy that we've been working on. And Ms. Iaquinto is right. We've had an opportunity to meet with town staff, look at other communities, kind of put together what other boards and committees in Plymouth have been using. But I would like to extend some sort of overture to the other elected committees in town, that if we're going to create a code of conduct policy, I would like to get their input. And I would like to see if there was a chance that we could set up a meeting with representatives of the Committee of Precinct Chairs, the Planning Board, and the School Committee, so that we could sit down and show them what we have come up with so far and see what their thoughts were. So it would be a little bit more collaborative, because if we do as a board finally adopt something, I just want to make sure that we reach out to other parties within the town to get their input, so that when we go to implement it, we have buy-in and we have partnership in completing that. So I think that we should look at doing something like that.
Yeah, in fact, we said that we were going to do that when we met on Thursday, so that's already in process. And we do have a really nice draft of a code of civil conduct, is what we're calling it, that will apply to all elected and appointed officials. So we're hoping that we'll get agreement on that from the other boards that Mr. Cohen mentioned. So yeah, we're working on that, Bill. Golden.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I see the town clerk is still in the room. Ms. McElrath, would you mind coming up for a question? Kelly, thank you for entertaining me for just a moment. I believe not too long ago, your office hosted an open meeting law session. In fact, I think you did 2 of them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was executive session part of that session?
Yes.
And
With this, I will say that, I'm sorry not to interrupt you. The session that we had with the staff members that we did in the afternoon, the attorney did a lot on executive session.
can you tell us who that attorney was? Or where they came from, at least?
It was from KP Law, Carolyn Murray, thank you. It's getting late.
I would suggest that since the material that Mr. Cohen's looking for in terms of executive session already exists, I believe it was recorded, is that right?
The evening session was recorded, so it wasn't great. And we didn't cover executive session as
Okay.
much because those committees were not doing as much executive session,
Okay.
so to
Perhaps
save
that
some
could
time.
be a starting point at least, though, for
Yeah.
executive session material.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we definitely have it.
We can definitely get that on the agenda. Good suggestion. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Cohen?
I just kind of tailed off on that discussion about engaging the school committee representative and someone from the planning board and the community precinct chairs. What I was looking for was a sit down with them as we move forward. Is
Yep.
that something that you
Noted.
were?
We've noted.
compiling?
It's been noted. Yep.
Okay, and then
Okay.
finally, just one last thing. I think that, due to what we read in the paper last week about the Hedges Pond Road, Landis Farm Road, Chapter 61, I think that we should have an opportunity to revisit the vote of this board to relinquish its Chapter 61 assignment. So I am looking to bring that back to the board for a public discussion.
We can talk about this offline, Mr. Cohen, but I'm not interested in entertaining revisiting that vote.
Okay. Well, I'm not someone that likes to talk about things offline. I think that there's been too much talked about this process offline. I think that we need to revisit the vote of this board as in light of the story that appeared in last week's paper.
Then I'll be clear about it and just say that I'm not interested in revisiting the vote.
I'd ask the board, I'd like to know what my fellow board members, we're a board of 5, so I'd like to hear what the other board members think.
Mr. Canty?
So in order to revisit a vote of the board, it would require somebody that voted on the prevailing side to make a motion to reconsider. This is an action that I think was legally operative the moment it was taken as well. So whether or not it even could be reconsidered, I think is a very much an open question. But I stand by the vote that I took. I think it was in the best interest of the community. It balanced conservation with the need for affordable and attainable housing for a demographic in this community. And nothing in that story had anything to do with the arrangements that were made, the deal that was worked out, the integrity of any of the individuals, and has no impact on my decision whatsoever. So I stood by the vote when I made it, and I stand by it today.
Mr. Golden, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm just not sure what additional information in that story is relevant. And if Mr. Cohan has a compelling argument as to why that's relevant, I'm open to listening to it, but I would agree with Mr. Canty.
I do think it's relevant. I know I did not vote on the prevailing side, but I do think this is additional information. It was presented by the board as the possible person that would buy the land in their qualities, and in this story ran a different version of that. So it was part of this discussion. So that's where I find it, it should be revisited by the board.
So we won't be revisiting it, and I just want to move on. The hour's getting very late. Okay, I've got one thing to add to old business. I just wanted to give a little update. I know we had all asked for monthly financial reporting from our finance director, and Mr. Cohan and I met with Lynn and the new assistant director and the town manager a few weeks ago, last month, to talk that through, and then I've met with them again subsequent to that. So we're going to start with July numbers. So we thought we'd start fresh, the beginning of the new fiscal year. So we'll get a full financial report emailed to us when those numbers are ready. And then we'll have a standing time on the agenda on the last Tuesday of every month for a high-level review of those numbers, and then they'll do a deep dive into a particular budget item, a budget topic. For example, when Mr. Cohen and I met with them, they did a deep dive into motor vehicle excise tax revenue, which actually was more interesting than it sounded. So they'll do a deep dive on something like that. So healthcare, pension, different topics, and we can direct which topics we'd like to hear about. So that's how we'll work with the monthly financial reporting. And then in terms of forecasting, I know there's been a great deal of interest in getting an update to the five-year financial forecast that was presented to us at a high level a few months ago. So Lynn has asked that we wait until they close out this fiscal year. So the year will close obviously on June 30th. So that she can base her forecast on actual numbers rather than projections. So we'll have a much more robust look at the some actual forecasting, and she'll present that to us in September. So that's the plan right now. So I think if you have any questions or concerns about that. No? Sounds good? Okay, great. Then we'll get that started. All right. Is there anything else? All right. If not, I will call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Golden?
Yes.
And myself, yes, we're adjourned.